Chapter 280, Cutting In. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Luo Qingfeng did not get angry. He just used a very peculiar expression to look at this young envoy. When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng had no reaction after a long time, he involuntarily became secretly displeased. When the envoy turned around and saw Luo Qingfeng's expression, he could not help being stupefied. He asked in puzzlement, "Why? Did I say it wrong? Could this spirit condensation realm fellow have anything special?" Haha, not really all that special. It's just that he just obtained victory and had some comprehension during the fight, so he took advantage of the opportunity to break through. That's why there are so many people surrounding and watching, Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile. The envoy had a disdainful look when he heard that. If I didn't see wrongly, this boy seems to have gotten first place. As he was talking, he shook his head and said pityingly, "Your tranquil cloud sect is really declining with the Pa-S Sing of Time. A 6th level spirit condensation realm boy can actually obtain first place in the sect Grand Compet. 1. Tie-in. What a joke." Xiao Jian was originally standing by the side, patiently. When he heard such words, he immediately wanted to step forward and lose it, but was held back by Luo Qingfeng. "What? Hall, head, Xiao seems to have some disgruntlement with me. Come, just come. As long as you're not afraid of my master coming over to take revenge." Seeing Xiao Jian's furious appearance, the envoy did not know what was called fear. Instead, he brought out his own master, and his arrogance became even more inflated. Luo Qingfeng was actually already furious to the limit in his heart, but as the sect master, he had no choice but to suppress this anger. This envoy clearly recognized him and Xiao Jian, but they had never met him, so they naturally did not know which mighty deity his master was. "Xiao Jian, you withdraw first." "Sect master." "Withdraw." Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeves, and left. Seeing Xiao Jian leave, Luo Qingfeng turned around and asked, "Your master is?" When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to let out a fart, he became even more pleased with himself secretly. That head of his was raised until it was about to reach the skies. "My master is Qi Zongtao. I am master's personal disciple, Li Zhangyu said with a proud beam. Luo Qingfeng naturally would not make a fool of himself in front of a junior, but he was alarmed in his heart. Of course, he knew this Qi Zongtao. He was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Sky Sect, a soul sea realm powerhouse. Weighing things this way, this punk was the same generation as him. No wonder this punk dared to be so insolent. Turned out that he actually had such a backing. Pressing down the unhappiness in his heart, Luo Qingfeng asked, "What did your honored sect send you here for?" Li Zhangyu said, "Of course, it's for something good, but this matter will have to wait for later. Right now, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and feel like I'm about to break through realms right away. This place is pretty good. I'm going to break through here." "Finus." H.I. plussing without even waiting for Luo Qingfeng to agree. He scurried over to not far from Yi Yuan with a flash. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. It was already too late to try and stop this. Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm had already started to gather. The two essence energy storms converged together very quickly. If Luo Qingfeng made a move to disrupt Li Zhangyu's breakthrough, it would definitely also interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Luo Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Looks like this Li Zhangyu was spoiled rotten by Qi Zongtao. He was actually so willful when doing things. How was this Li Zhangyu going to break through? This was clearly him wanting to smack Tranquil Cloud Sect's face. This Li Zhangyu was at 4th level crystal formation realm strength. Now, he was going to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm, but Yi Yuan was only breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. How could he compare to Li Zhangyu? The essence energy storm momentum would surely be devoured cleanly if Yi Yuan broke through beside a 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Li Zhangyu had wicked thoughts. This was him wanting to make Yi Yuan fail his breakthrough by breaking through himself at the same time. Once Yi Yuan failed his breakthrough, Tranquil Cloud Sect would have lost face completely. Moreover, failing the breakthrough this time would surely cast a very large shadow on Yi Yuan. Wanting to break through again would no longer be that easy. Li Zhangyu was evidently a clever person. Although Luo Qingfeng spoke vaguely earlier, he also guessed that Yi Yuan must have some aspects Serpa, as sing others. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the number 1 in the Grand Compet, 1, tie-in with 6th level spirit condensation realm strength, regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud Sect lacking successors or not, Yi Yuan unquestionably had some saving graces. Sweeping away the Tranquil Cloud Sect's face in public, and also ruining the Tranquil Cloud Sect's genius disciple, and even spreading the fame of the Heavenly Sky Sect. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. When Luo Qingfeng thought up to here, he was so enraged that his complexion turned green, but he was powerless to do anything. Li Zhangyu might be arrogant, but he also indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The essence energy storm was gathered casually. This unhurried manner was ample to show his might. When martial artists broke through realms, which one of them would not make ample preparations. Li Zhangyu did it on the spot. Clearly, he was full of confidence. That was also to say, breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm was not even considered much to Li Zhangyu. Such boldness. Among the younger generation in the Tranquil Cloud Sect, there was simply no one like it. Luo Qingfeng finally just let out a sigh. Now, in this kind of situation, Yi Yuan could only count on himself. Or perhaps Yi Yuan could create a miracle. If it were another person, Luo Qingfeng might just really move to stop this. But Yi Yuan could never be measured using common sense. Some things that would never happen to others became uncertain with Yi Yuan. After all, there was simply no martial artist who grasped true intent in the southern domain. Yi Yuan was the sole person. In a blink, storms raged in the entire plaza. The 2 essence energy storms towered to the skies and meshed together. Initially, Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was already very exaggerated. But Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm was more than a level stronger. Li Zhangyu was a crystal formation realm martial artist. The commotion when breaking through was obviously different. With a fellow suddenly popping out to break through, they naturally got a feast for their eyes. Who's this person? Why have I never heard that we had such a senior apprentice brother? What's this person trying to do? Why does he have to squeeze with Yi Yuan if he wants to break through and not find a place to enter seclusion? The situation is not quite right. This person is a crystal formation realm martial artist. The essence energy tempest that he created is so powerful. Essence energy storms are originally used to plunder the surrounding essence energy for one's own use. The essence energy storm that he created is already starting to pillage Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan's in danger. If his essence energy storm is looted, then his hope of breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm will be dashed to pieces. There might even be the danger of cultivation realm falling. What kind of mysterious person this is? Such a powerful aura. A 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist's breakthrough actually has such great commotion. Many people started to worry for Yi Yuan compared to a stranger. Everyone naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to break through. Except, everyone sensed that the essence energy storm on Yi Yuan's side was becoming increasingly weaker. Yi Yuan's breakthrough also fell into a precarious situation, as if there would be signs of stopping at any time. If Yi Yuan and Li Zhongyu competed in supreme true intent, these tranquil cloud sect disciples would absolutely not worry for him. Yi Yuan had grasped true intent. Forget that Li Zhongyu was just at crystal formation realm. Even if he was at the sea transformation realm, or even the soul sea realm, they did not think that Li Zhongyu could win. But they were breaking through cultivation realms currently seizing essence energy. This way, Yi Yuan's true intent would not come in handy at all. Instead, his cultivation realm became his greatest disadvantage. How could a spirit condensation realm martial artist possibly be a crystal formation realm martial artist's match in plundering essence energy? Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Yi Yuan's breakthrough had just reached a critical juncture when he suddenly felt the essence energy around him diminish. I plus ing, and was almost unable to support his breakthrough anymore. The occurrence of such a situation made him feel rather baffled. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw someone else besides him. This person was apparently breaking through too. The other person's essence energy tempest was much stronger than his. It was clearly at the strength level that only a crystal formation realm martial artist should have. Yi Yuan understood the situation very quickly. Although this person looked very unfamiliar, just by looking at the other party choosing to break through beside him, he clearly had malicious intentions. Towards guys like this, Yi Yuan would never be courteous. The corner of Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly. He sneered coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Want to play a game of plundering essence energy? You're going to cry." Since the other party wanted to play, then he would let him have his fill. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's glance, Li Zhongyu also turned to look at Yi Yuan and did a thumbs-down gesture. The provocation meaning was very thick, truly too arrogant. This fellow actually dares to do this sort of infuriating gesture. Does he really take it as if our tranquil cloud sect has body? I remembered. He's wearing the Heavenly Sky Sect uniform. He's a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple. What? Why would a Heavenly Sky Sect disciple run all the way to our tranquil cloud sect to break through realms? Are you dumb? How is he coming here to break through realms? He's simply here to show off, seizing essence energy for his own breakthrough beside Yi Yuan, causing Yi Yuan's breakthrough to fail, and even making such a hand gesture in front of so many of us. He's really bullying our tranquil cloud sect for having body. That might be so, but this Heavenly Sky Sect disciple is really very strong. We have to do a crazy lot of preparations before breaking through realms and then finding an isolated place to seclude ourselves. But he just ran over here directly to break through. Furthermore, look at his appearance. He clearly still has a lot of strength left over, as if breaking through is like eating a common fare to him. I say, can you stop boosting other people's morale and diminish plussing our prestige? You're also aware of Yi Yuan's talent. Perhaps a miracle will happen. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples recognized Li Zhongyu's background, they became bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Although most of them had never seen before Heavenly Sky Sect's people, they all knew the Heavenly Sky Sect's overbearingness. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was completely clueless about this. Facing Li Zhongyu's provocation, he just smiled faintly and stood up. Yi Yuan was simply disinclined to bother with this sort of lame provocation. The way Yi Yuan saw it, this kind of provocation were simply like shrews shouting and cursing in public. You scolded me a sentence, so I have to scold you back? The best way to snuff out the other party's arrogance was nothing better than to beat the other party down. Beat until they were genuinely convinced. Spirit gathering seal. Yi Yuan cried out, only to see Yi Yuan's hands move like phantoms. Seals fired out one by one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became violent again. Originally, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm already became incomparably thin under Li Zhangyu's pillaging, with the danger of dissipating at any time. But now it was like Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was injected with stimulants, forcefully hing much essence energy from Li Zhangyu's side, and was even strengthening continuously. As a high-ranking alchemist, he needed to master countless seals. There would be times where an alchemist would gather essence energy in order to raise the quality of medicinal pills. This spirit-gathering seal was a more low-end seal among them. Yi Yuan would frequently use when his realm was lower in his previous life. After his realm rose, he rarely used it, but when using it now, it was still incomparably fluent, and the effect was also extremely powerful. With the guidance of the seal, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm was like a vortex, building up unendingly. Didn't I say that Yi Yuan wouldn't admit defeat so easily? So what if he's a heavenly sky sex crystal formation realm? Displaying his paltry skills before an expert like Yi Yuan, he entrapped himself, right? That's right. Wait until Yi Yuan loots the essence energy over at his side clean. See how he breaks through. No biggie. To be haughty, you also have to look at the other person. You'll die a very miserable death if you posture in front of a genius who grasped true intent. Looking at Yi Yuan turning the tides, tranquil cloud sect disciples felt that they gained face. Although they were not very familiar with Yi Yuan yet, they already took him as their own people. Especially in front of outsiders' provocation. This kind of recognition would magnify limitlessly. Li Zhangyu clearly also became conscious of this change, and could not help being greatly astonished. There was an sable gulf between middle-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage spirit condensation realm. The commotion caused by him breaking through realms was actually pulled back by a puny little middle-stage spirit condensation realm. No wonder Luo Qingfeng was so vague earlier, rather like treasuring his own belongings. Looking at it now, there was indeed something fishy. You certainly have some measly capabilities. But if you think that you can win me like this, then you're too naive. Return for me. With a low cry, Li Zhangyu's aura skyrocketed once again. Following that, his essence energy storm also became even more violent. The essence energy that was initially head over by Yi Yuan returned to Li Zhangyu essence energy storm once more. Yi Yuan's efforts earlier were all in vain right now, but Li Zhangyu's actions gave the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples a huge shock. What? This fellow was actually holding back so much extra strength. No way. This commotion of his is probably catching up to breaking through 6th level spirit condensation realm already. Could all the heavenly sky sects disciples be powerful to this extent? What kind of joke is that? Looking at his age, he's even a few years younger than senior apprentice brother T. Yujio, but his cultivation realm has already said senior apprentice brother T. Wujio. If breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm can cause such a powerful momentum, his strength is likely close to our personal disciples already. Is this the strength of the Southern Domain's #1 great sect? No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. How can other sects compare to this strength? Yi Yuan is on his last legs. If it continues to get pillaged like this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough failing is a minor matter. He might even injure his foundations. To a certain degree, the strength of the essence energy tempest could represent a martial artist's strength and potential. The essence energy storm, when Yi Yuan broke through, was several times stronger than ordinary people. This could reflect his strength to a certain extent, but Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm being so powerful meant that his true strength was definitely much stronger than a fourth-level crystal formation realm. As for how his true strength was, it was hard to gauge, but it was definitely ridiculously strong. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression was also not too good. He reckoned that Li Zhangyu's strength was roughly the same as Mo Yuntian, but his age was nearly 10 years younger than Mo Yuntian. After 10 years, what extent could Li Zhangyu reach? Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng dared to confirm that Li Zhangyu's strength was absolutely not considered the peak among the personal disciples. Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to imagine anymore. The disparity was already so great between the junior generations. Where would the sect's future lie? Could he really swallow humiliation and shoulder the burden to wait for the day the tranquil cloud sect rose? Luo Qingfeng involuntarily started to doubt it. The gap between the two sects was currently widening with each step and not shrinking. Besides, could Yi Yuan still mature smoothly after experiencing such a setback today? Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Under Li Zhangyu's pillaging, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became smaller and smaller. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw this scene, they unwittingly had the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. This was the Tranquil Cloud sect's, no, the Southern Domain's #1 genius. Was he going to fail like this? Although they were unresigned to this, they also knew that this was not that their combat power was weak. It was the opponent who was too strong. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while his opponent was a genius martial artist from the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Perhaps in terms of potential, Yi Yuan tossed Li Zhangyu several streets behind. But presently, Li Zhangyu was a whole major realm higher than Yi Yuan. If it were others, they did not even have the qualifications to force Li Zhangyu to use his full strength and would just directly lay down their arms and surrender. But Yi Yuan, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, forced out the other party's full strength. Originally, Li Zhangyu had a relaxed look even when breaking through. But now, his entire body was tensed. He was clearly straining himself a lot more. Although Yi Yuan's spirit gathering seal was only a very low-level seal, Yi Yuan's attainments were extremely profound. How could it be so easy to seize essence energy from him? Facing this situation, Yi Yuan had a composed face, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. It was only to see him took out several essence crystals calmly and casually struck them out. They transformed into several rays of light that flew in multiple directions. Essence crystals were crystalline bodies formed from heaven and earth essence energy. There was powerful, yet pure essence energy contained within. Sect disciples mostly used essence crystals when cultivating. In the martial arts world, essence crystals were also used as currency. Essence crystals were very precious. Even core disciples did not have the right to use them. Only elite disciples would have an extremely small number of low-grade essence crystals every month. Of course, Yi Yuan was also allotted some low-grade essence crystals every month with his nominal elder status. The few essence crystals that Yi Yuan just casually fired out were middle-grade essence crystals. This was given to him by Sky Maple after completing the level 9 mission previously. Nonchalantly firing out so many middle-grade essence crystals made everyone's eyes pop out. This was really quite extravagant. What's Yi Yuan trying to do? Those seem to be middle-grade essence crystals earlier, right? Wasn't he still core disciple status before this? Where did it come from? Who cares where it came from? The Heavenly Sky sect already bullied to our doorstep to smack our faces. And you're still in the mood to mind this? Cough, cough. Isn't it because of momentary excitement? I say, what's Yi Yuan doing here? Could it be that he still has a chance to turn the tide? Yi Yuan's methods are inexhaustible. There might really be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Using so many middle-grade essence crystals at once, Yi Yuan can't be throwing stones to play, right? And what's going on? Why do I feel like the surrounding essence energy seems to be drained? Li Zhangyu currently had his full focus on seizing Yi Yuan's essence energy and breaking through. He did not see Yi Yuan's actions, but at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surrounding essence energy suddenly became much thicker, and there were increasingly more currents. Opening his eyes to take a look, Li Zhangyu immediately jumped in fright. As the few light spots around Yi Yuan sparkled, the surrounding essence energy became increasingly wild. Spirit gathering formation. Are you mad, punk? Your dantian will be stuffed until it explodes. Li Zhangyu exclaimed. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, "No problem. Isn't there you to be buried with me?" Li Zhangyu cried out weirdly, "Madman! You're really a madman. Quickly stop." Yi Yuan made use of middle-grade essence crystals as the eye of the formation to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. Originally, with Yi Yuan's spirit condensation realm strength, it was impossible to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. But he borrowed Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm ingeniously, leading the big with small, overcoming a greater force with only a small amount of strength, and successfully set up such an array formation. The formation had already activated. The essence energy in the surrounding dozen-of-mile radius was siphoned clean by the spirit gathering formation. Such power, forget about Li Zhangyu, a puny little 4th level crystal formation realm. Even if a 9th level crystal formation realm were here, they would also not dare to borrow such an essence energy storm to break through. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan doing this was a way of Paris. Plussing together. If the two of them continued to break through here, the outcome would only be being stuffed to death by essence energy. Such a level of essence energy storm had clearly already exceeded the limits that Li Zhangyu could withstand. Doesn't this senior apprentice brother like to join in the fun? I created even more fun for you. Why aren't you joining in now? Yi Yuan still smiled, faintly as he said, "How could Li Zhangyu bother to bicker with Yi Yuan at this time? If this continued, his dantian was going to explode from being bloated. Let's keep calm and talk. Just now, it was me who was rash. Remove your formation first, then talk." Li Zhangyu already had some hint of yielding in his words. Li Zhangyu was also like an arrow notched on the bow right now. It must fly. If he gave up on breaking through, he would definitely receive a backlash and affect his breakthrough after today. If he continued breaking through, how could he withstand such an essence energy storm? He was originally thinking of putting the Tranquil Cloud sect on the spot, but now it was hard to dismount the tiger. But Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I'm very willful. If others find me to play, I'll definitely play to the end. You can choose to withdraw if you're not playing." Fine. I want to see just how you play yourself to death in a while." Li Zhangyu gnashed his teeth and said, "That's none of your concern." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Zhangyu already decided not to play anymore. He wanted to stop the breakthrough and withdraw out of the essence energy storm. The timing Li Zhangyu that retreated was perfect. The essence energy storm gathered by the spirit gathering formation had already formed. Even if he pulled back right now, it was already too late for Yi Yuan to want to dismiss it. Li Zhongyu did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to break through realms in this place. Li Zhongyu forcefully terminated his breakthrough and immediately suffered a backlash. He only felt a metallic taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spew out, but was forcibly held back by him. He leaped with all his might and actually withstood the violent essence energy tempest and charged out of it. The essence energy storm was currently already virtually materialized, visible with the naked eye, just like a tornado. Li Zhongyu being able to withdraw leisurely also sufficiently showed that his strength was very great. After exiting, Li Zhongyu no longer had that arrogance from before. The Heavenly Sky sect uniform on him was already torn into tattered rags by the essence energy storm. After leaving the essence energy storm, Li Zhongyu could not hold back any longer and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He devoted all his power just now to break through, but was forcefully stopped by him again. He clearly sustained extremely strong backlash and already suffered very severe internal injuries, failing the breakthrough this time. The next time Li Zhongyu wanted to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm again, it would most likely not be so easy anymore. Of course, with Li Zhongyu's talent, breaking through was inevitable, but this would surely delay him a very large amount of time. Thinking up to here, Li Zhongyu felt very depressed. This time, he really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. But looking at Yi Yuan, who was still in the heart of the essence energy storm, a trace of delight flashed across Li Zhongyu's heart. Ha ha, this punk is indeed willful. So willful until he played himself to death. With such a violent essence energy storm, I want to see just how you can break through. I really want to see right now just what kind of appearance you'll have when your body explodes, and you die. Li Zhongyu turned over and said manically, Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Yi Yuan was in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering. Currently, the ferocity of the essence energy around him was practically suffocating, and Yi Yuan's breakthrough also entered the critical juncture at this time already. Such violent essence energy, ordinary people could not even refine it, let alone say breaking through realms. But the essence energy flowing within Yi Yuan's body, outside of his body, produced an intense contrast. Once the violent and condensed essence energy entered Yi Yuan's body, it immediately became unbelievably docile. In front of the spirit bristle nine yang divine art, this level of essence energy was seriously not worth mentioning. However, the essence energy was overly abundant currently. Yi Yuan refined nonstop and reached the critical point of the 7th level spirit condensation realm very soon. About to break through just a little bit more. I hope that nothing happens to Yi Yuan. Why would something happen now? It's the most dangerous after breaking through. Breaching the bottleneck requires large amounts of essence energy, just like flood water bursting open the water gate. But once this floodgate is opened, wanting to shut it would not be so easy. Yeah, normally when we break through, we would gather an essence energy storm matching our realm so that we can control it. But this essence energy storm has already greatly surpassed the limits that Yi Yuan can withstand. Once the floodgate opens, I'm afraid, it will collapse. Seeing that Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking through, the heavily injured Li Zhongyu said gloatingly, a puny little spirit condensation realm actually dares to break through within such a violent essence energy tempest. You truly don't know how the word death is written. In a while, when they see you being blown to pieces, I wonder what kind of expression your tranquil cloud sect people will have. Hee hee. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura swelled abruptly and became much stronger than before. It was very clear that he burst past the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck. In one go, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Many people even involuntarily shut their eyes. They did not wish to see the scene of Yi Yuan exploding. At the same time, the essence energy around Yi Yuan that became even more tempestuous had already transformed into a bundle of mist-like state. From this, it could be seen just how thick the essence energy in the center of the storm was. The thick fog covered up Yi Yuan's figure. The outside could no longer see what was happening inside, but everyone knew that Yi Yuan was currently wrestling with the flood-like essence energy. Dead for sure. He's definitely dead. This brat is also a talent to actually set up such an incredible Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. The essence energy in the eye of the formation practically became liquid state already. Even if I were the one breaking through in the eye of the formation, I probably would have exploded by now, already much less a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Li Zhongyu directly sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Sect Master Yi Yuan, the disciple who received Li Zhongyu previously said anxiously. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath and sighed. At this time, only Yi Yuan alone can help himself. Pray that he can come out alive. These words sounded that bit unconfident no matter how one heard it. Under such a situation, the possibility of escaping with his life was too minuscule. As time slowly ticked away, there was still no activity in the eye of the formation. Everyone's hope evaporated bit by bit. If Yi Yuan could leave, he would have left long ago. Now, under such circumstances, most likely, it was more ominous than propitious. At present, Li Zhongyu consumed medicinal pills that controlled internal injuries and returned to Luo Qingfeng's side. Sect Master Luo, I think there's no need to wait anymore. There's no activity after such a long time. That boy most likely already exploded into a lump of meat by now, Li Zhongyu said delightedly. Hearing these words, Luo Qingfeng's entire person became icy. Li Zhongyu immediately felt a powerful pressure cruise. Plussing forth. I exercised forbearance in every way possible on accounts of your master's face. Do you think that my tranquil cloud sect can be needed as you like? If your master were here, I'd still have some fear. You, a crystal formation realm, reaching out for a yard after taking an inch, do you really take me to be made of clay? Luo Qingfeng carried the powerful awe of a half-step soul sea realm, Cruz. Plussing Li Zhongyu until he could not breathe. Li Zhongyu's incessant provocation finally angered this master of a sect. To be able to become the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely not some goody two-shoes that could be sliced up anyhow. The reason why he accommodated for the general interest was only to hide one's capability and bid one's time, to strive for time to let the tranquil cloud sect's junior generation grow up. But now that Yi Yuan's life or death was uncertain and the sect's greatest hope about to be extinguished, this also made Luo Qingfeng lose his last trace of patience. Once a ferocious tiger bared its fangs, someone who summed the majesty of the tiger, like Li Zhongyu, did not have much living anymore. Luo Qingfeng released his aura fully. Li Zhongyu only felt like he was being crushed by a humongous mountain. Even his teeth were chattering. Li Zhongyu only understood at this moment that this seemingly weak and incompetent tranquil cloud sect master actually had such formidable strength, such a powerful pressure. Li Zhongyu only felt this from his own master before. Could it be that Luo Qingfeng's strength was no longer beneath masters? How was this possible? You dare to touch me? I am the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy. Aren't you scared of launching a sect war? Li Zhongyu gritted his teeth and said. Luo Qingfeng sneered coldly and said, You'd best pray that Yi Yuan's fine. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sacrificial item today. Sect war? Do you think that you can trigger a sect war with the likes of you? You're overestimating yourself too much. If the Heavenly Sky sect could eradicate my Tranquil Cloud sect so easily, why would they wait until now? It dawned onto Li Zhangyu when he heard it, and the color of his face turned deathly white. He flopped weakly onto the ground. The 8 great sects each have their own forte, yet also restrain each other. My Tranquil Cloud sect is not as powerful as your Heavenly Sky sect, but a sect war will cause a domino effect. Isn't your sect master scared of the other 7 sects joining hands? After all, our today is their future. All of the sect masters are not dumb. How could they not understand this logic? Luo Qingfeng's words struck the core one by one, speaking until Li Zhangyu's complexion became increasingly paler. Heavenly Sky sect disciples were used to being arrogant, while the Tranquil Cloud sect was always very low profile, resulting in Li Zhangyu thinking that the Tranquil Cloud sect was only a rotten persimmon, able to knead the latter as he wished, and had no respect even for Luo Qingfeng. Looking at it now, he was only a clown. He was not even a fart in front of Luo Qingfeng. With the strength of Sea Transformation Realm, one simply had no say in the interactions between sections. Who could have thought that the Luo Qingfeng, who had always been famously weak, would also have such a ferocious side? Looking at that S of thick fog, Li Zhangyu suddenly discovered that he made a fatal error today. He touched Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. And this brat called Yi Yuan was Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. How could Li Zhangyu know what Luo Qingfeng was thinking? Luo Qingfeng was currently thinking of how to give an account to that mysterious master of Yi Yuan. Once that unimaginably powerful existence came to ask for him, what awaited his Tranquil Cloud sect was also an utter calamity. If Yi Yuan really died, why would he still fear a sect war? Compared to that mysterious expert, the Heavenly Sky sect was nothing at that time. The ones getting destroyed was likely not just his Tranquil Cloud sect alone. The Heavenly Sky sect, likewise, could not escape responsibility. Chapter 284, Songhua Reborn. Chapter 284, Songhua Reborn. I'm also not afraid to tell you that Yi Yuan is a peerless genius that my Tranquil Cloud sect discovered. He's my Tranquil Cloud sect's future. If something happens to him today, you're dead for sure, Luo Qingfeng said fiercely with a stern expression. Li Zhangyu felt his scalp tingle. He could sense Luo Qingfeng's fury. These words were absolutely not just to scare him. Are you mad? To incite a sect war at all cost for such a genius that had yet to mature? Li Zhangyu felt that this world was too insane. Luo Qingfeng actually stopped at no expense to become enemies with the Heavenly Sky sect for a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Although Li Zhangyu was not the most powerful among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sky sect, he was someone with extremely huge potential. Qi Zongtao doted on him very heavily. If he died, Qi Zongtao would definitely not let it go at that. Although a sect war might affect the situation as a whole, it was possible to erupt because of this. Li Zhangyu involuntarily looked towards that S of thick fog. Alarm suddenly showed on his face. Sect Master Luo, quickly look. Li Zhangyu pointed in the direction of the essence energy storm and shouted. Luo Qingfeng's heart jolted, and he looked over there, only to see that the essence energy storm was currently weakening at a visible rate. This kind of weakening was not dissipation, but converging towards the eye of the formation. It looked like it was sucked over by something. Luo Qingfeng's expression became intent. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Regardless of what situation occurred, At least it showed that Yi Yuan was still alive right now. Otherwise, the essence energy storm should be gradually dispersing and not being sucked over like this. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, anything was fine. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciple clearly also noticed this chance. Although they were somewhat uncertain, didn't it mean that Yi Yuan was at least still alive? What happened? Yi Yuan, he did not die yet. Truly inconceivable. He actually lasted such a long time in the substantialized essence energy storm. What in the world did he do? The mystery should be unraveling very soon. You guys look, that S of thick fog is starting to dissipate. The speed which essence energy was being absorbed was very swift. That S of thick fog gradually became thin and revealed a blurry silhouette. Everyone stared fixedly at the eye of the storm. That silhouette became clearer and clearer. Everybody could see that was Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not die, a wave of shouting and screaming came from the crowd. Unknowingly, they already took Yi Yuan as their own comrade and took him as the face of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect was oppressed too heavily these few years. Every disciple felt as though they experienced this aspect themselves. Now that such a genius character appeared with such difficulty, it would really be too pitiful if he were to die like this. Just earlier, each one of them felt the heavenly sky sect's humiliation, but they were helpless, touching their own hearts. No matter which of them took Yi Yuan's place, they were also unable to perform like Yi Yuan. Even if the Tranquil Cloud sect found a fourth-level crystal formation realm disciple and placed him beside Li Zhangyu, the final outcome would probably be suffering a defeat when victory was within reach. Yi Yuan regained face on all of their behalfs. Not only did Yi Yuan force Li Zhangyu until he had to withdraw with serious injuries with spirit condensation realm cultivation, he even survived completely unscathed. In their hearts, Yi Yuan had already become the hero of the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Quickly look, what's Yi Yuan doing? Isn't that his spirit artifact? Those essence energies seem to have been absorbed by this sword. It really looks like it. But how can a spirit artifact absorb so much essence energy? Hang on. Unless the two people exchanged a glance and saw the shock in the other person's eyes. They said in unison, "Spirit artifact sanctification." Li Zhangyu similarly showed an astonished expression. He sucked in a cold breath and said he actually made use of the spirit gathering formation to sanctify his spirit artifact. Is this boy really just a teenager? Luo Qingfeng was also incomparably shocked. He never imagined that Yi Yuan could actually utilize the spirit gathering formation to sanctify the Songhua sword. However, when he saw that gaping mouth look of Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng felt pleased in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was feeling excellent, but his words were nonchalant as he said, "Through and through, Yi Yuan he is still 2 months short of reaching 16. Congratulations to you. Your small life is secured." When he heard these words from Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu had a feeling like a heavy load was lifted. His back was already drenched in sweat. Before long, the violent essence energy was already pretty much absorbed clean. Songhua's sword suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly, but it was currently missing some parts of sharp air and was dimmer than before. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Songhua's sword gave off a crisp clang and shot straight for the horizon. Everybody only saw a streak of flowing light dancing in midair, akin to a canary which broke free. That sort of carefree feeling infected everyone. 32 restrictions spirit artifact. In a twinkle, an 8 restrictions spirit artifact became a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Yi Yuan, he is really too amazing. Spirit artifact sanctification is an incredibly challenging matter. every additional restriction would be exceedingly difficult. One has to ensure that adding new restrictions will not clash with previous ones and also ensure the increase in power. Ordinary array formation masters would not dare to easily increase restrictions for spirit artifacts. Abnormal cultivation speed, grasped true intent, heard that his alchemy Tao attainments are also exceedingly high. Now, even his array formation Tao attainments are so strong. Is he still a human? Sensing the power of restrictions coming off from the reborn Songhua sword, everyone gasped in amazement. 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions. This was an extremely huge jump. If Spirit Artifact could cultivate, then 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions would be rising 2 major realms consecutively. This kind of enormous crossing would greatly increase the power of a Spirit Artifact. One could say that the Songhua sword had obtained a transformation that cast off its old self and be reborn again. It was no wonder that it was so excited. Seemingly bored of playing around, Songhua sword's L.U.S. was restrained, and it landed in Yi Yuan's hands obediently. Lightly caressing the sword body, Yi Yuan was also very pleased with his own work. At his current realm, this was already the limits of what he could accomplish. The 32 restrictions Songhua sword was enough to last him all the way to the Sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan's array formation Tao attainments were incredible. Sanctifying a 32 restrictions spirit artifact was not much to him. It was just that it was quite taxing for him to do it due to limitations in realm. Li Zhangyu coincidentally came over to cause trouble. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laid down this spirit gather formation to sanctify the Songhua sword. Along with Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent getting increasingly deeper, especially when using 1,000 flowing petals, the 8 restrictions Songhua sword was already gradually having difficulties coping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yuan successfully sanctified it in one go. Keeping the Songhua sword, Yi Yuan walked towards Li Zhangyu and greeted him. But he smiled at Li Zhangyu and said, "This senior apprentice, brother, doesn't seem to be someone from my Tranquil Cloud sect. But you were also of a huge assistance to me this time. Yi Yuan give thanks here." Looking at the grinning Yi Yuan, Li Zhangyu felt even worse than swallowing a fly. Chapter 285. Unknown Mystic Realm. Chapter 285. Unknown Mystic Realm. Although Yi Yuan's Tier 3 spirit gathering formation was strong, it was also unable to gather so much essence energy. The reason why it could cause such a huge commotion before was that Yi Yuan used a maneuver to lift something heavy using only a little force. Using the 2-person's essence energy storms as the base, it magnified the pair's essence energy storms limitlessly. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. If he did not have the pair's essence energy storms as the base, how could he plunder the essence energies in a 10-mile radius clean? Li Zhangyu tasted blood again in his throat. The internal injuries that were just suppressed relapsed again, and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he endured it. Li Zhangyu is an honored guest from the Heavenly Sky sect. He indeed has the grace of a great sect disciple, deriving pleasure from helping others. Luo Qingfeng supplemented another blow right after. Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan looked perplexed. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Luo Qingfeng froze, and he could not help asking, "You don't know the Heavenly Sky sect?" Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, "This disciple came from a small place, and my knowledge is superficial. I really don't know the Heavenly Sky sect." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He explained, "Heavenly Sky sect is the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the leader of the 8 great sects. Zhangyu is a Heavenly Sky sect Grand Elder's favored disciple. You're my sect's elder. Calling senior apprentice brother is acceptable. Li Zhongyu was secretly shocked. Yi Yuan was already a sect elder at this age. However, he had yet to be surprised by this when Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sky Sect is, as expected, the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Their Grand Elder's disciple actually sacrificed his own interests for the sake of others and would rather his own realm fall just to help others. Yi Yuan is eternally grateful. Poor Li Zhongyu finally could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was already injuries on top of injuries. The two people sang and chimed together. Li Zhongyu was ultimately young. How could he endure such stimulation? But Yi Yuan really did not know the Heavenly Sky Sect, not that he was singing a duet with Luo Qingfeng, but the effects were the same. After 2 days, Li Zhongyu's injuries took a turn for the better. Luo Qingfeng summoned him. Presently, Li Zhongyu was much more restrained and was no longer as arrogant as when he had just arrived. Luo Qingfeng's aura on that day thoroughly suppressed him. "Are your injuries better?" Luo Qingfeng asked like he was engaging in small talk. It was fine if he did not mention that, but once it was raised, Li Zhongyu's inner heart felt as painful as his scar being reopened. "Already much better. Many thanks for Sect Master Luo's concern." Li Zhongyu forced a smile and said, "It's good that it's much better. Zhongyu, for what matter did you come to my tranquil cloud sect as an envoy this trip for?" Luo Qingfeng queried. Talking about official matters, Li Zhongyu hurriedly collected his emotions and said, "My Heavenly Sky Sect discovered a mystic realm not long ago within our borders and think that there should be some good stuff inside. Our Southern Domain's 8 great sects has always been united. Sect Master specially dispatched 7 disciples to leave for the 7 sects to invite everyone to explore the mystic realm together, so as to give fair treatment to all." Luo Qingfeng was expressionless, but he started to deliberate on the intentions of this move by the Heavenly Sky Sect in his heart. Whatever united, what fair treatment? That could only hoodwink a 3-year-old kid. The Southern Domain's 8 great sects, including the Tranquil Cloud Sect, each had their own little plans. The Tranquil Cloud Sect never had the heart to contend for hegemony in the Southern Domain. The sect members' ambition was always to storm back to the Northern Domain. Of course, this was merely a distant dream. The reality was that the Tranquil Cloud Sect could only survive within the crevices of the various Southern Domain sections. The Heavenly Sky Sect had always been very domineering. Forget about a mystic realm in their own territory. They would even think of ways to get a cup of soup from other people's mystic realms. There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. If one were to say that the Heavenly Sky Sect was really that good-hearted, even a fool would not believe it. But one had to admit that the Heavenly Sky Sect tossed out a remarkably tempting bait. Luo Qingfeng reckoned that the other sects would likely be unable to refuse this invitation, because even he himself was moved. What did the development of the sect rely on? Resources, essence crystals, natural treasures, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. These things more or less determined the power of a sect. As the most powerful sect in the Southern Domain, the Heavenly Sky Sect occupied 40% of the Southern Domain's resources. The other 7 great sects added up only came up to 60% or so. It was precisely because of these resources that ensured that the Heavenly Sky Sect always looked down on the world. And among those, natural treasures were a very crucial part of resources. The sect disciples' daily consumption, medicinal pills used in cultivation, and medicinal herbs were a huge expenditure. Without the accumulation of these resources, the sect would simply be unable to sustain no matter how deep your foundations were. And where did these natural treasures come from? Mystic realms. Mystic realms were miniature, SPACES, neighboring the endless world. Because human footmarks were scarce and essence energy was abundant, it tends to give birth to many natural treasures. Within the various southern domain sect boundaries, they all had some mystic realms, and these mystic realms were all controlled by the various great sections. These mystic realms were all known mystic realms. The dangers within have already pretty much been eliminated by the various great sections. But the mystic realm discovered by the Heavenly Skies sect this time was evidently an unknown mystic realm. Extremely few humans existed in mystic realms, but there were many demonic beasts, as well as naturally formed dangers. Exploring mystic realms was an extremely perilous task, ignoring other things, just the Heavenly Sky sect inviting other sects to explore the mystic realm together most likely had the notion of bringing more cannon fodder. As for whether they had other plans, Luo Qingfeng could not determine it right now. What kind of mystic realm? Give a description, Luo Qingfeng said while maintaining his composure. An unknown mystic realm. We've already sent people in to investigate. The natural treasures inside are beyond counting. It's said that there are many Tier 3, quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs inside. There are also quite a few Tier 4 herbs and some extremely rare herbs, which can all be found inside. Li Zhangyu said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, I'm afraid that it isn't so simple, right? What I want to hear isn't this. What did you all encounter inside? Li Zhangyu's face changed, but returned to normal very quickly. He said calmly, we sent a total of 3 teams. They were completely wiped out. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, what kind of people did you send in? Facing Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu became very alert. This fellow was too astute. Every question hit the mark. In the past, everyone always thought that he was somebody weak and incompetent because he was low profile and tolerant. Now, it looks like this fellow was simply an exceptionally clever and scheming person. Now that Luo Qingfeng already bared his fangs in front of Li Zhangyu, he naturally had no need to disguise himself anymore. Li Zhangyu cautiously said, the first time, it was an early-stage crystal formation realm leading the team. The second, the one leading was a middle-stage crystal formation realm. The third time, it was a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Oh, since all your guys were wiped out, how do you know the news inside? Luo Qingfeng asked composedly. Li Zhangyu secretly cursed Sly Fox and said, in the end, that 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist risked death to charge out and brought back this information. And not long after he exited, he died too. This unknown mystic realm might be somewhat dangerous, but the things inside are seriously too alluring. That's why Lord Sect Master ardently invites everyone to explore together. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, you go back and rest first. Allow me to reconsider this. After Li Zhangyu took his leave, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ling Patian, Xiao Jian, and Ouyang walked out, and behind them was Yi Yuan, who had recently just broke through. Chapter 286, Opinion. Chapter 286, Opinion. What do you guys think of the Heavenly Sky Sect's invitation? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask after the few people sat down. Xiao Jian was the first to speak. Would the Heavenly Skies sect be so kind-hearted? I won't believe that even if you beat me to death. In my opinion, this is a trap. Ling Patian valued each word like gold and said, yes, definitely it is a trap. Ouyang Yu mused for a while before saying, I feel that the possibility of being a trap is not big. Rather, I think the likelihood of making us as the cannon fodders is greater. Luo Qingfeng was emotionless as he asked again, how so? exploring an unknown mystic realm such as this, it's impossible for the great sects to send out a very powerful force. Wanting to diminish the sect's existing strength through this is clearly not very likely. The way I see it, this unknown mystic realm might really be dangerous. The Heavenly Sky sect hopes to drag everyone over to shoulder the dangers together to obtain the greatest benefits while at the same time reducing their own casualties. Ouyang Yue and lies the situation. Compared to Xiao Jian, Ouyang Yu was clearly much calmer. His lysis was also rather objective. Humph. The Heavenly Sky sect is just like an old miser. When they see mystic realms, it's like they get injected with stimulants. How can they be so nice this time to invite us to explore together? Xiao Jian disagreed. Therefore, there must be something that we don't know in between. All in all, the Heavenly Sky sect definitely doesn't have any good intentions. I feel that we can casually send some people over to brush them off. Ouyang Yu said, I disagree. Casually sending some people over to be cannon fodder for others? Tranquil Cloud sect disciples are all groomed by us through innumerable painstaking efforts. How can we send them to their death? Xiao Jian said with irritation in his tone. About this point that the Heavenly Sky sect did not have any good intentions, everybody did not have any disagreement, and it was also impossible to have differing opinions. It was just that whether or go or not was a problem. It clearly caused some discrepancies. Ouyang Yu still wanted to continue, but Luo Qingfeng made a hand gesture to indicate to them to stop arguing. He turned and said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, share your perspective. After the incident with Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng's understanding of Yi Yuan went up another level. Yi Yuan could set up a spirit gathering formation under that sort of abrupt situation and force Li Zhangyu away, while he himself went along with the strategy to sanctify Songhua sword. It was evident how meticulous his thoughts were. The way Luo Qingfeng saw things, Yi Yuan's talent was without question. It was simply on a different level from his peers. But for him to even possess such meticulous thinking at this age, it was truly hard to come by. Hence, he intentionally called Yi Yuan over today to let him also listen to the purpose of the Heavenly Sky sect sending an envoy. Perhaps he could come up with some constructive opinions. When Xiao Jian and the others saw Yi Yuan, they were also stupefied for a long time and could not quite ascertain Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. This action, could it be to let Yi Yuan partake? 1. P. 8 in the Tranquil Cloud sect upper echelon's decision-making? Yi Yuan's talent was unrivaled. This fact was already irrefutable by anyone. But he was so young. Wasn't it somewhat trifling to let him join in the sect upper echelon in decision-making? Especially for Ouyang Yu. When Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, he even acceded to Ouyang Ming's inciting and wanted to sentence Yi Yuan to death through the Tri-Hall joint hearing. But later on, a series of Yi Yuan's actions thoroughly dispelled any thoughts of opposing Yi Yuan, especially after Yi Yuan sold the soul-driving pill formula to the sect. Several elders from the Ouyang family already obtained a breakthrough with help from the soul-driving pill. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Yu bring himself to oppose Yi Yuan again? Wouldn't he become an ungrateful petty character? As for Ouyang Ming's side, Ouyang Yu already issued a strict order to make him watch his woman well to not stir up any more S-H-I+T, otherwise bear the consequences himself. A tiny little secular world family did not enter Ouyang Yu's eyes yet, let alone the fact that this family clan was already wasted. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, if it's as Li Zhangyu said, then this mystic realm is similarly of utmost importance to our sect. Our Tranquil Cloud sect simply can't compare to these great sects in terms of resources. If we even give up on this chance as well, wouldn't we lag behind with each step? I reckon that other sect masters also can't resist this large cake that the Heavenly Sky sect delivered and will send people forth. After that day, Luo Qingfeng gave Yi Yuan a crash course on the faction distribution in the Southern Domain. Now, he already had a preliminary understanding of the Southern Domain's situation. But this mystic realm is so dangerous. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm did not make it out alive after entering. Could it be that we all have to send transformation realm elders in? Xiao Jian threw out this question. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That isn't necessary, because I think that even if we send elders there, it's useless too." "Oh, why is that?" Luo Qingfeng asked. When Yi Yuan said this, not only Xiao Jian, even Luo Qingfeng revealed an attentive expression. It was very clear that Yi Yuan noticed some issues that they did not realize. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sect Master and Hall Heads, think about it. With the Heavenly Sky sect's greed, how can they possibly send people to invite other sects to explore the mystic realm together unless they had no other alternatives? That's why we were all guessing earlier whether the Heavenly Sky sect is plotting some insidious scheme." Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Just as Hall Head Ouyang said, these sort of wiles and schemes don't have much use. Even if our teams were all annihilated, it wouldn't harm our sect's foundations. Why do they need to take such a superfluous action?" "Then you say, just what is it?" Xiao Jian said anxiously. "Why did Li Zhongyu only say that they sent a 9th-level crystal formation realm into the mystic realm, although transformation realm is a mid-level pillar in the various great sects? The Heavenly Sky sect wouldn't treasure life to such an extent, right?" Yi Yuan said with a grin. Luo Qingfeng was absorbed in his thoughts as he said, "You're saying they already sent a transformation realm inside?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Furthermore, that transformation realm definitely did not come back alive." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan's lysis was plainly the most logical. It was just that when Li Zhongyu was talking, he deliberately clouded this area. That was why everybody did not think of it. After all, a 9th-level crystal formation realm was already very important to a sect. Even for a large sect like Heavenly Sky sect, it was also impossible to abandon them at will. Hence, Luo Qingfeng did not think deeper into this problem either. But when they heard Yi Yuan say that even a transformation realm did not make it out alive, their hearts would not stop pounding. Wasn't this unknown mystic realm a little too perilous? Even a transformation realm died inside. Then even more. So we must not go, Xiao Jian said with a frown. To the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could not afford the death of any transformation realm expert. But Luo Qingfeng did not speak right away. He only spoke after thinking it over. "Yi Yuan, were your words unfinished? Should we go or not?" Towards this Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan also quite admired him. He was unquestionably a terrifying figure with meticulous thoughts. These few years, if not for him, the Tranquil Cloud sect might be in even more arduous circumstances than now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go. Why shouldn't we go? There are surely many natural treasures in this mystic realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would have forsaken it themselves. This is also an opportunity for our sect." Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Yi Yuan, even a transformation realm, lost his life after entering. Do you want our elders to seek their own doom? Ling Patian rarely said so many words. It was just that he was very stern currently. The average disciple would probably start stammering when they saw it. Pa Tian let Yi Yuan finish talking, Luo Qingfeng said. Ling Pa Tian was stunned. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued, if my conjectures are correct, it might be because the S.P.A.C. isn't stable or due to restrictions on laws. See Transformation Realm, and above martial artists are unable to enter this mystic realm. It's overly dangerous for Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to enter. That's why the Heavenly Sky Sect would join hands with the other 7 sects to explore together in an unprecedented event. Luo Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, so that's the case. This way, everything can be explained. It's just that since this is the case, it's surely very risky for Crystal Formation Realm martial artists to enter. Do we still join in the bustle? Wealth comes with danger. The dangers are all the same to us 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky Sect is just looking for more cannon fodders. Then, let's knock out one of their front teeth. Opportunities like this are not recurrent. Yi Yuan said, Yi Yuan, I know that you're tremendously talented and your combat powers are also extremely great, but you mustn't look down on the other sect's junior generation, especially the Heavenly Sky Sect. Their personal disciples are much stronger than Yuntian, and the rest. Xiao Jian suddenly interjected and said gravely in a sincere tone, as the Southern Domain's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sky Sect's personal disciples' strength was obviously the greatest, although Li Zhongyu was accepted as a personal disciple by a grand elder. That was only because his potential was huge. In terms of real strength, he was not considered much in the Heavenly Sky Sect. Those personal disciples with immense seniority were the existences with the greatest strength today. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, I was only providing an opinion for Lord Sect Master. As for whether he accepts it or not, I dare not dispute. But if Sect Master decides to go ahead, I hope that I can be considered one of the members. No way. Even a 9th-level Crystal Formation Realm martial artist died inside. You're only at the Spirit Condensation Realm. Going in is too dangerous. Yi Yuan, you're our Tranquil Cloud Sect's hope. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Luo Qingfeng directly rejected it. You got to be kidding. When he broke through 2 days ago, Luo Qingfeng was so frightened that he nearly crocked, exploring such a dangerous, mystic realm this time. If anything were to happen, he would not be able to compensate even if he threw in the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect. But Yi Yuan did not act appropriately with Luo Qingfeng's expectation. Luo Qingfeng knew that he could not convince Yi Yuan by looking at the expression in his eyes. Luo Qingfeng was crying bitterness in his heart. He initially already decided to go for it. But looking at this attitude from Yi Yuan, he started to hesitate again. This living ancestor was really willful. What did a Spirit Condensation Realm martial artist run over to play with a bunch of Crystal Formation Realm martial artists for? What's happening? Luo Qingfeng and the rest exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something. They could not help becoming wildly elated. Martial uncle. He broke through. That's truly fantastic. Xiao Jian said joyfully, Go. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan, you come too. You have great contributions for martial uncle to be able to break through. Luo Qingfeng said. The few people rushed to Sky Maple Court at fire speed, only to see black clouds gathering over the court. It's soul tribulation. Martial uncle, he's starting to cross his soul tribulation. Oyenyu exclaimed. As an alchemist, his greatest wish was to be able to cross a soul tribulation once. When martial artists open up the sea transformation realm, Soul Sea realm was going against the heavens. Hence, when martial artists cultivated to the Soul Sea realm and beyond, they would face the test of heavenly tribulation. And when alchemists cultivate past the soul sea realm, their soul force would have a qualitative leap. Every breakthrough will similarly cause heavenly tribulation to descend. However, the heavenly tribulation for alchemists was different from martial artists. It only targeted the divine soul. Hence, it was called soul tribulation. If Ouyang Yu could break through to the soul sea realm and become an alchemy king, he would experience the first soul tribulation in his life. Except, this step was way too difficult for him. That S of dark clouds was not large, but the extremely horrifying energy was incompa, said within it, filling people's heart with trepidation. Before long, fine lightning began to fall, directly penetrating the residence, rumbling into the place that Sky Maple was in seclusion. The lightning grew progressively more and increasingly dense. Just the awe could make crystal formation realm martial artists feel asphyxiated. When Yi Yuan saw this familiar scene from far away, boundless emotions welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had tided over dozens of soul tribulations and was all too familiar with this. But in this life, this was the first time Yi Yuan saw something like soul tribulation. It naturally aroused his boundless reminiscence. Since it was called soul tribulation, it was a calamity for the martial artist's divine soul. Many alchemists fell to the soul tribulation, their souls dispersed to the wind. Alchemists who could cross dozens of soul tribulations and reach the pinnacle were all virtually invincible existences. Yi Yuan in his previous life walked towards the pinnacle step by step like this. But in this life, he believed that he would still walk like this step by step towards the pinnacle. No, in this life, he wanted to walk even further. The four people around him apparently did not notice Yi Yuan's gallant feel. They watched this scene anxiously. Roughly an hour later, the lightning gradually lessened. The dark clouds in the sky also started to dissipate. The soul tribulation finally ended. "Everyone come in." Sky Maple's words called them in. He had obviously discovered the people outside long ago. It was just that this voice was rather worn out. It looks like the Sky Maple, who had just crossed the soul tribulation, was still quite weak. But Yi Yuan knew that this kind of weakness would not persist for long. Very soon, Sky Maple's soul force would increase explosively and truly reach the level of middle-rank alchemy king. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sky Maple was also very surprised, but very happy. "Ha! I didn't think that Yi Yuan, you're also here," Sky Maple said jubilantly. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that he could break through to middle-rank alchemy king. He naturally felt close to Yi Yuan when he saw him. Yi Yuan went forward to give a bow and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Grand Elder for breaking through to the middle-rank alchemy king." "Sai, what's there to congratulate? Isn't this middle-rank alchemy king of mine all due to you?" "Ha, this is all Grand Elder's profound fortunes. What has it got to do with this child?" Grand Elder broke through to middle-rank alchemy king. Tranquil Cloud Sect's sky-propping pillar is much more stable. This is naturally something worth congratulating, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not claim credit at all, Sky Maple was even more pleased. Smiling gently, he said, "This is pretty good. After this old man recuperates for a few days, I'll start refining soul-luring pills. Xiao Jian, Pa Tian, the two of you also need to cultivate harder in the future and strive to break through to half-step Soul Sea Realm soon. This way, my Tranquil Cloud sect will have 3 Soul Sea Realm experts, and our strength will increase tremendously. Let's see if the Heavenly Sky sect still dares to bully my Tranquil Cloud sect." When Sky Maple said those words, the 4 people were so agitated that they trembled nonstop. Soul Luring Pill was a medicinal pill to help Sea Transformation Realm experts break through to the Soul Sea Realm. It required the cultivation of middle-rank alchemy king to be able to refine. But how many years had it been since a middle-rank alchemy king alchemist appeared in the Tranquil Cloud sect? If the Tranquil Cloud sect could produce 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouse all at once, then they could jump to the middle reaches of the 8 great sects. Other sects would have to re-evaluate before thinking about bullying the Tranquil Cloud sect again. Chapter 288, Sending Off. Chapter 288, Sending Off the Might of Alchemists laid here. Back then, the reason Ouyang Tuatian could let the Tranquil Cloud sect flourish at the top for a time was due to this. As long as they had ample resources, alchemists could forcibly use medicinal pills to pile up a bunch of powerhouses, 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouses. Even if they were only 3 first-level Soul Sea realm, they would also absolutely be a force that most could not overlook in the southern domain. And Yi Yuan, you already broke through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Isn't this cultivation speed seriously a little too fast? Sky Maple suddenly noticed Yi Yuan's change and exclaimed in surprise. Towards Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he had long heard about it too. These words were more of worrying that Yi Yuan's foundation would be shaky. Yi Yuan detected Sky Maple's concern and said smilingly, Disciple had some comprehensions when taking part in the sect grand compet. 1. Tie-in a few days back, so I borrowed the momentum to break through. Sky Maple nodded and said, Then that's good, that's fine. With your talent, staying in my Tranquil Cloud sect is kind of wasted. But don't you worry, the sect will definitely support you with all our might. Sky Maple deeply sensed that the Tranquil Cloud sect really did not have too great of an allure to Yi Yuan. He could only show his support on such a matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Where did this come from? Grand Elder? Walking all the way until here, I've received much grace from the sect. No matter where I walk to, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be my route. Yi Yuan's words had 2 layers of meaning. One was to express that he would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect. The second was to give Sky Maple an immunization jab that he would definitely leave the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's talent and means, Sky Maple obviously would not be naive enough to think that a tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect could hold Yi Yuan. But this sentence from Yi Yuan was enough. Good. It's good that you have this heart. You all take your leave first. This seat will rest for a few days before summoning you all again, Sky Maple said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly voiced out at this time. Martial Uncle, since you've already exited seclusion, Martial Nephew just happens to have something to discuss with you here. Oh, let's hear it. Sky Maple knew that Luo Qingfeng was not someone weak and spineless. Since he wanted to discuss something with him at this time, it was surely something major. Luo Qingfeng recounted the matter of the Heavenly Sky Sect inviting the 7 sects to explore the mystic realm together to Sky Maple in detail, and also talked about the few people's deductions. Sky Maple shot Yi Yuan a surprised look. He nodded and said, Yi Yuan's lysis is very logical. This trip, we certainly must go. This mystic realm is bound to be extraordinary. We can't let go of this chance. I think that you guys have already made a decision. Luo Qingfeng also gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Yes, Martial Uncle. I've decided to let Yun Tian lead the team and also select several personal disciples and elite disciples to go there. It's just that Yi Yuan, he wants to tag along too. Sky Maple flung his hand when he heard that and said totally unconcernedly, If he wants to go, then let him go. How can young people grow without experiencing hearts? H+P? But Luo Qingfeng did not imagine that Sky Maple's attitude was actually like this. He could not help saying anxiously, But Sky Maple waved his hands to stop him and said, "All right, this matter is set like this. I have to enter a retreat." Seeing Sky Maple's insistence, Luo Qingfeng could only drop it. "Blockhead, why did Yi Yuan's master leave him unattended? Isn't it to let him experience trials alone? You treat him like treasure and hide him within the sect. How can Yi Yuan possibly agree to it? Furthermore, even if you forbid him from descending the mountain, would he listen obediently and not go down the mountain?" When Luo Qingfeng walked to the entrance, Sky Maple's voice transmission suddenly reached. He came to a realization why Sky Maple insisted on letting Yi Yuan go. Rather than protecting Yi Yuan cautiously, it would be better to let him run himself amok. What Yi Yuan's master wanted to see was the ascension of a powerhouse and not a flower in a greenhouse. This point, Sky Maple saw it much clearer than him. "Thank you for Martial Uncle's guidance," Luo Qingfeng replied, and withdrew. The following few days, Yi Yuan remained in seclusion without leaving to make ample preparations for this journey. This trip was beset with danger. Even if Yi Yuan had the intention to brave it, he also needed to make ample preparations. Luo Qingfeng picked 7 disciples this time. Among them, the most powerful one was personal disciple Mo Yuntian. Apart from Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan, Ti Wuzhou, and Tian, you were surprisingly among them. Among the other 3 people, there was an elder's personal disciple, as well as 2 elite disciples. Tian Yu entered seclusion to break through to the crystal formation realm after the grand compet. 1. Tian. He was already a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His strength went up a level. Now, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu, and Tang Yu were resident. 1. Tais were already elite disciples. After the grand compet, 1. Tian Cheng Wu and another elite disciple directly forsake the match when they saw Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's fight, while Tang Yuer defeated her opponent in the final match and got promoted to elite disciple 2. Apart from this, Luo Qingfeng even appointed a sea transformation realm elder to hold the line and lead these people forth. In the territories of the Heavenly Sky Sect, it could hardly be justified without a sea transformation realm expert holding the line. But Luo Qingfeng also warned him in advance to not enter the mystic realm. In the entire team, there was only Yi Yuan, this one spirit condensation realm martial artist, but fellow sect members who saw his grand compet. 1. Tian obviously would not treat him as an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very least, the Yi Yuan, after breaking through 3 minor realms successively, definitely had a strength above Tian Yu, the power of that final sword. Even the Tian Yu, after breaking through, probably did not dare to receive it head-on either. Everything was set. Sky Maple exited seclusion to personally see these 8 people off. After Li Zhongyu got an answer, he already returned to his sect first. He did not wish to stay in this tranquil cloud sect for another moment longer. "Mei Shun, this journey is very perilous. Your number 1 priority is to bring them back wholly intact. Understood?" Sky Maple exhorted. The elder leading the team was called Mei Shun, a 3rd level C transformation realm martial artist. He was a prudent person. Luo Qingfeng chose him because he liked this point. Mei Shun said respectfully, "Don't worry, Grand Elder, Mei Shun definitely won't fail this assignment. These few people are my tranquil cloud sect's future. Even if I have to risk this old life, I'll also bring them back safely." Honestly speaking, Mei Shun himself did not really have much confidence in retreating unscathed. But at this moment, he could only say so. Sky Maple nodded, and it was considered to have tacitly acknowledged Mei Shun's promise. He also knew that there would most likely be some losses on this trip, but what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. While this trip was dangerous, it might be Mei Zhen's and the team's lucky chance. For geniuses who wished to grow up and become a genuine powerhouse, it was impossible to not face death. This point, Sky Maple was crystal clear. Sky Maple exhorted Mei Zhen again, and then he went in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you a safe return. My tranquil cloud sects rise and fall all lie on you alone. Sky Maple said, if Sky Maple said these words in the past, everyone would surely scoff at it. But now, Body objected. This was an indisputable truth. Yi Yuan's talent was already exaggerated to the extent that it was unimaginable. His significance to the sect was naturally different too. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said respectfully, Rest, Sure, Grand Elder, it's just exploring a mystic realm. Yi Yuan definitely will not return empty-handed. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill, watching the flying vessel disappear into the horizon. Nanfeng Jiro felt a rare sense of loss. Sai, stop looking. He is destined to be a person from a different world from us. Nanfeng were watching behind her side. Faintly, Nanfeng Jiro turned around, her beautiful eyes already holding tears. Not knowing why, when she heard Nanfeng Ruoqing's words, her tears flowed down against her will. Aunt, Nanfeng Jiro choked on her words. Seeing Nanfeng Jiro like this, Nanfeng Ruoqing also felt sour in her heart. Her niece was so, but how was she not too? It was just that her feelings were much more reserved compared to Nanfeng Jiro, and would not be as emotional as Nanfeng Jiro. Who knew when it started, but Yi Yuan's figure would surface in Nanfeng Ruoqing's mind ceaselessly. But with the sing of time, Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly became aware that there was already an sable gulf between Yi Yuan and her. He was no longer that little rookie who nearly lost his life at Nanfeng Jiro's sword. He had already grown into a towering tree. Even the formidable Tian Yu suffered defeat at his hands. Now, the two of them, aunt and niece, were almost unable to see even Yi Yuan's back view anymore. Nanfeng Jiro leaned on her aunt's shoulder and cried while Nanfeng Ruoqing gently patted her back, consoling her as she said, I know. Sniff, sniff then. Then what about Auntie? Nanfeng Jiro sniffled. Nanfeng Ruoqing froze. Her beautiful body let her down and started trembling. Nanfeng Jiro pushed off her hug and said with tears running down her face, I know that Auntie likes him too. Do we really have no chance at all? Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed and shook her head, saying, Bury this feeling in your heart, and perhaps we can still maintain the relations. P of friends. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will scare him off. Nanfeng Jiro said stubbornly, I'm unresigned. Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed lightly and did not say anything else. Yi Yuan and the team rode the flying vessel, traveling 100,000 miles a day. But the tranquil cloud sect was too far away from the heavenly sky sect. They needed 10 days or so before they could reach. On the flying vessel, Yi Yuan meditated every day to cultivate and consolidate his realm. At this moment, he was already not far from the 8th level spirit condensation realm. Towards such a cultivation speed, the group of seniors could only sigh with admiration. Elder Mei, ahead is the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Let's go down, Emo Yuntian said. Mei Zhen nodded, and the group of 8 disembarked the flying vessel. The coordinates Li Zhangyu left behind for the Tranquil Cloud sect was this Cloud Dream Mountain Range, which was also the entrance to that unknown mystic realm. Riding the flying vessel would easily startle the demonic beasts in the mountains. Hence, the tranquil cloud sect party chose to disembark the flying vessel in advance and walk on foot. Up ahead, vast expanses of mountain ranges towered into the clouds. It looked very lofty and magnificent. This Cloud Dream mountain range is a famous danger zone within the heavenly sky sect's boundaries. Not only are there demonic beasts running wild inside, but there are also even all kinds of poisonous miasma in the mountains. Even a crystal formation realm martial artist who recklessly goes deep inside might not return alive. Mei Jun said, "We've already entered the mountain range. Everyone, consume this detoxification pill first to prevent suck. You bing to the toxin of this poisonous miasma," Mo Yuntian said to everyone. They were currently not deep into the mountains at the moment. This miasma did not pose much threat to them, but Mo Yuntian felt that it was better to be safe. After all, this was other people's territory. As strangers in a strange land, it was best to not fail miserably here. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to swallow the pill, Yi Yuan opened his mouth to stop them. "What is it, junior apprentice brother Yi?" Mo Yuntian asked curiously. Yi Yuan fished out a bottle of pills and said it to Mo Yuntian, saying, "Use my medicinal pills." This. Mo Yuntian involuntarily hesitated. What they were eating were Tier 3 detoxification pills, but Yi Yuan was at most an alchemy master. Could the medicinal pills that he refined be better than those refined by the Pill Hall elders? But Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan would not do this kind of lame thing from his personality. He could not help hesitating. "Yuntian, open it up and take a look." At this time, Mei Jun spoke. Mo Yuntian did as told and opened the medicinal bottle. Medicinal fragrance reached their noses. These are Tier 3 detoxification pills. Where did you get this from, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian could not help being astonished when he saw the pills in the medicinal bottle. Martial artists were no strangers to medicinal pills. This bottle of pills given by Yi Yuan were clearly Tier 3 detoxification pills as well, but was completely different from the ones that they brought. Although they had not eaten it yet, Mo Yuntian could feel just from the medicinal fragrance that these detoxification pills were much better than those refined by the elders. Yi Yuan was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Where did his medicinal pills come from? Mo Yuntian and these disciples were unaware, but as an elder, Mei Jun knew that Yi Yuan had the ident, one tie of nominal elder in the Pill Hall. That was why he made Mo Yuntian open it up to see. Except when he saw these Tier 3 detoxification pills, Mei Jun was speechlessly shocked. Could these medicinal pills be refined by Yi Yuan himself? Mei Jun was very clear that it was impossible for the elders in the Pill Hall to refine such detoxification pills, even if Grand Elder Sky Maple took up the matter personally, because the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have the pill formula for this kind of detoxification pills. Mei Jun was not surprised that Yi Yuan knew this sort of new pill formula. But if Yi Yuan refined Tier 3 medicinal pills with alchemy master status, that would be too shocking. Mei Jun had lived to ripe old age and had seen many spirit condensation realms crossing ranks to battle with crystal formation realms, but had never seen spirit condensation realm martial artists being able to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills. This was the first time Mei Jun felt awe and reverence towards a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This Yi Yuan was truly too shocking. Yi Yuan originally did not wish to draw too much attention either, but he faintly felt that this Cloud Dream mountain range did not seem very normal. For the sake of fellow members' safety, he had better take out these detoxification pills. Not only could his detoxification pills resolve poison within the body, but it could also even resolve the poison miasma, which affected the divine soul at the same time. Yi Yuan was the ancestor of using poison. With a sweeping glance, He knew that the poison miasma in the deep regions of this cloud dream mountain range most likely had an effect on the divine soul. That was why he took out his own detoxification pills. This was how the cloud dream mountain range got its name. Once a martial artist's divine soul got infected by the poison miasma, they would probably fall into an illusion or insanity. If they were not treated in time, they would ultimately be tormented by this poison miasma till death. Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Mo Yuntian, "Don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother, Mo. Will Junior harm you?" Mo Yuntian felt awkward and replied with a smile, "Where did that come from? Junior apprentice brother Yi? I was just overly surprised." Cough, cough. Juniors, let's all consume junior apprentice brother Ye's detoxification pill. His medicinal pills seem to be much better than the ones we brought. Mo Yuntian distributed the medicinal pills to the others and also swallowed one himself. Mo Yuntian only noticed that Yi Yuan did not eat any after consuming the medicinal pill. He could not help asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I don't need to. This miasma is ineffective against me." Mo Yuntian was stupefied. Indeed, he discovered that there was really some empty S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan. This miasma was actually unable to approach Yi Yuan. This was too wondrous. Chapter 290, Humiliation. Chapter 290, Humiliation. No way. Yi Yuan, why can't this poisonous miasma touch you? Mo Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I have a magic treasure on me that can ward off this poisonous miasma." Mo Yuntian had a look of realization. That explains it. Yi Yuan threw out a white lie. He did not have any magic treasure on him at all. Or should he say, his magic treasure was his divine soul. Yi Yuan once used his body to test poison countless times in his previous life, and then resolve it himself. Regardless of whether it was his body or divine soul, there was incredible immunity against toxicity. One could say that he had reached the level of invulnerable to 100 poisons. This poisonous miasma was just some low-level existence to Yi Yuan. It naturally could not harm him. Of course, if it were a Tier 9 poisonous miasma, even if Yi Yuan recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to withstand it. The horrors of a Tier 9 toxic miasma was something that ordinary people could not understand. All right, everyone already ate the pills. Let's set off, Meijin said. The group forcefully pressed down the astonishment in their hearts and started heading towards the depths of the cloud Dream Mountain Range, walking towards the coordinates given by Heavenly Sky Sect. The strength of this team was incredibly powerful. Normal, low-tier demonic beasts were simply unable to come close. The group walked for some time without any obstacles, but heard some human bustling indistinctly ahead. Walking closer to take a look, it turned out to be a group of burly men surrounding two girls in the center like they were demanding something. The two ladies, one was wearing a light yellow tunic, and the other was wearing white-colored fitting robes. Their looks were very ordinary, especially the female wearing a light yellow tunic. She even had an ugly birthmark on her face, making people feel like puking when they see it. It was hideous. Furthermore, she had a pale, sickly look, and her face was waxen like she had some peculiar illness. But the two people's realms were not low. They were around the second or third level crystal formation realm. Hey, ugly girl, why haven't you surrendered the crow orchid Ganoderma? If you continue to not know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. That girl in white fitting robes said icily, "We discovered this crow orchid Ganoderma first. Why should we give you?" "Why should you?" "Because we're stronger than you. This crow orchid Ganoderma is a Tier 4 spirit medicine. Letting the two of you uglies enjoy it is too much of a waste of G." Oh, Dee's gift. Ha ha. His laughter stopped abruptly because they discovered that another group of people showed up. Elder May, it's people from the High Clarity sect. Mo, Yuntian recognized the ident. One ties of these people very quickly and said to Meijun. Meijun nodded. It was clear that he recognized these people too. The High Clarity sect is really declining as time SES. As a member of the 8 great sects, they're actually doing something dirty like committing highway robbery. Meijun said with contempt. What should we do, Elder May? Mo Yuntian asked worriedly. High Clarity sect was ranked 4 among the 8 great sects, much stronger compared to the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were roughly 10 people in this group. The number of people was even slightly more than Tranquil Cloud sect side. They were clearly going to partic. 1. P8 in this unknown mystic realm exploration too. Both parties obviously did not imagine that they would actually be U and P into each other here beforehand. Furthermore, it was under such awkward stances. More than 10 guys bullying 2 frail girls. It was evidently not something honorable. Meijun frowned slightly. He was obviously considering how to deal with this matter too. So, it's friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect. I believe that you're going to the unknown mystic realm too, right? These 2 ladies stole my High Clarity sect's item. I hope that none of you will intervene in this matter. Or else. A sea transformation realm expert from the High Clarity sect said. These people were obviously the same as Meijun, people leading the High Clarity sect team. It was just that the High Clarity sect's team had 2 sea transformation realm martial artists inside. This allowed their team's strength to be much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sects. The other party had evidently seen the contrast in strength between both parties. Hence, they were fearless. There were even some hints of threatening when talking. Pooh, this crow orchid Ganoderma was clearly obtained by us first. When did it become your High Clarity sect's item? Do you still want face or not? The girl in fitting robes said scornfully. The ugly girl in yellow clothes appeared very calm instead, and was not as agitated as the girl in white fitting robes. She pulled her sleeves and said, Forget it, Yenner. Miss, I'm unwilling to give in. Yenner said unhappily. The ugly girl smiled, but did not say any more. Yenner kept her mouth shut, sensibly. It looks like this ugly girl was even the master of that. Yenner. Ha ha, this ugly girl knows what's good and bad. How is it, Tranquil Cloud sect's friends? Are you going to sow a grudge against us? The person from the High Clarity sect said, arrogantly. Meijun let out a sigh and said to the people behind him, Let's go. Finished talking, he brought the Tranquil Cloud sect's group and skirted around this area and continued walking towards the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people all had bitterness on their faces. It was clear that they were very unwilling. People who practiced the sword tend to be righteous. Most of these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples practiced the sword. Encountering such an incident, they naturally wanted to draw their sword to help out. This group of people from the High Clarity sect was really too shameless to actually bully 2 weak girls and even malign them. But with the present situation, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect and the other party fought it out to the death, it would be hard to win in the end. After all, the other party had 2 sea transformation realm experts. Yi Yuan's expression flickered, but did not say anything. He followed the main group step by step and left. TCH, indeed, jackals from the same lair. There's not a single good person from the sects turning around and leaving when they see this kind of situation. What difference is there from the culprits? Yenner's cold laughter came from behind. Meijun's figure involuntarily froze. After pausing for a split second, he strode out in large steps, out of sight and out of mind. Luo Qingfeng's reminder sounded beside his ear. Mei Jun did not wish to ruin the lives of the sect's elites in vain, just because of a momentary impulse. The ones he brought out this time were all the elite forces of the sect, especially Yi Yuan. If he lost his life because of two barely acquainted girls, how was he going to give an account to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng when he returned? Ha! The Tranquil Cloud sect are indeed a bunch of cowards, running away without even daring to let out a fart. I think once Sky Maple, that old fellow, dies, the Tranquil Cloud sect's signboard of one of the 8 great sects most likely can't be preserved. Such a group of cowards is also worthy of being called 8 great sects, really dying of laughter. The mystic realm exploration this time is so dangerous, and they actually only sent a 3rd level C transformation realm. I think they have no deployable personnel in the sect, right? There are so many natural treasures in this mystic realm, yet they came to be bystanders. I wonder how many can return alive this time. Ha ha ha. The high clarity sect's people did not deliberately conceal their voices. Brazen mocking laughter spread over from far away. The Tranquil Cloud sect's group could not resist wanting to go back to fight it out to the death. At this time, Tianyu heard the other party cursing Sky Maple and could not hold back anymore. He turned around and went back. This bunch of grandsons, do they really think that they are extraordinary? I'll go kill that loud-mouthed fellow. Tian, you said furiously. Halt! Mei Jun stopped Tianyu and said, Tianyu, if you dare to go back, I'll immediately seal your essence energy. Elder Mei, they're bullying us too far. Mei Jun said in a low voice, lack of forbearance in minor matters upsets great plans. You're all the sect's future. Don't struggle for this sort of momentary relief. If you feel humiliated, then cultivate harder and claim this debt in the future. But right then, Yi Yuan pulled Tianyu, but smiled at Mei Jun and said, Elder Mei, you guys go ahead first. I have something and need to leave for a while. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. What? You want to go back alone? No way. Absolutely not. Mei Jun refused right away. The other side had 2 C transformation realm experts. What was Yi Yuan going back alone for other than courting death? Even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous, it was also impossible to be a C transformation realm experts match right now. Yi Yuan's performance also made everyone feel very surprised. From earlier up until now, Yi Yuan had always been the calmest person, but now Yi Yuan wanted to go back alone. Emo Yuntian also jumped in fright. He hurriedly urged what Elder Mei said was correct. We should know shame and then be motivated and so cultivate even harder. Yi Yuan, don't fight for this momentary release. With your talent, wouldn't Cruz plussing them be effortless in the future? But Yi Yuan laughed and said, Elder Mei and senior apprentice brother, Emo, are worrying too much. I just have some other matters to attend to. I'm not going back to seek revenge. Don't worry, everyone. You guys go on first. I'll catch up later. Mei Jun was stunned when he heard this. You're really not going back to find the High Clarity sect? Yi Yuan nodded and said, really not. Relax, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan still have some little tricks. Protecting myself in this Cloud Dream Mountain range is not an issue. This Cloud Dream Mountain range is riddled with dangers. If you have something, why not say it? Best is if everybody moves together. Mei Jun frowned and said, just something minor. I'll be right back. Won't delay much time. Elder Mei, bring the rest away first. Yi Yuan said. Mei Jun thought about it and nodded, saying, all right then, catch up swiftly. You're moving alone, so if you encounter any situation, make sure not to be rash. Protecting yourself is the most important. Yi Yuan said, rest assured, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan is not somebody reckless like that. Farewell. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved and vanished from everyone's sight. Meijin sighed and said to the group, "Let's go." But Mo Yuntian said, "Elder Mei, Yi Yuan, he is clearly going back to find the high-clarity sex men. How can you let him go?" Meijin looked at Mo Yuntian and said with a sigh, "Before setting off, Grand Elder informed me that although I'm the one in charge, if Yi Yuan wants to do something, let him do it. Do not stop him." Turns out that Grand Elder had already antic 1p aided today's situation long ago. Mo Yuntian could not help being stifled when he heard this, but he did not know what to say either. Grand Elder had long predicted that Yi Yuan would not listen obediently and gave him maximum freedom. How could he forbid it? Mo Yuntian believed that Grand Elder was surely even clearer than him about Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Since he dared to say so, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. But Mo Yuntian just could not figure out how Yi Yuan was going to face two Great Sea Transformation realm experts along with other crystal formation realm martial artists by himself. In the open field, the high-clarity sect people were laughing at the Tranquil Cloud sect. For a moment, there was actually an, body who paid attention to the two girls. In their eyes, those two girls were lambs awaiting slaughter. They could take action at any time. After mocking for a while, and seeing that the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already far away, they also felt bored and turned their attention to those two girls again. A high-clarity sect sea transformation realm elder took a few steps closer and reached his hand out to the ugly girl, saying, "Ugly girl, quickly hand over the crow orchid Ganoderma. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being impolite." That ugly girl shook her head and said, "It's not that I'm not handing it over. It's that this crow orchid Ganoderma is useful to me, so I can't hand it to you." The elder's face became frosty and said, "Don't reject face when it's given to you. What has it got to do with me, whether it's useful to you or not? Are you handing it over or not?" As he was talking, that elder released the pressure of a sea transformation realm. It seemed like he was going to attack with a single word of disagreement, but Yenner sneered coldly and said, "This is really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by dogs. Some random stray cats and dogs also dare to bully people. I'm not going to surrender it today. What can you do about it?" Yenner was just about to take action, but was held back by the ugly girl. Somebody from that batch of people came back. "Hold your hand," the ugly girl transmitted her voice. When the elder heard Yenner's words, he was dazed, but he immediately became furious to the extreme and said with a laugh, "Good, good, good. What a razor-tongued little old me have traversed obstructed in the southern domain for so many years, but this is the first time somebody called me a stray animal. Watch if I don't shred your mouth later." Finished talking, that elder gathered up essence energy and wanted to make a move. But right then, a vast expanse of white fog suddenly rose around him. This fog came too quickly, directly submerging everyone inside. In a blink, one could not even see their hands in front of them. Even those two girls standing opposite could not be seen. That elder was secretly alarmed, but his hands did not slow. He still fired out an essence energy ball at the place where the two girls stood earlier. But sadly, he did not hear tragic cries coming from the opposite. It was as if this blow sunk into the sea like a rock without even stirring a wave. The elder turned around to look, but where was there still any shadows of his companions? The surroundings were all thick white fog. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? Why can't we see anything all of a sudden? Ah, who is it? Who be? You pet into me. Ouch! Who kicked me? Disorderly sounds came from behind. They were clearly all caught completely off guard by this unexpected white fog. The elder's face fell, and he yelled out, "Everyone stay right where you are for me, and don't move. Face the fearful without fear, and its fearfulness disappears. This is but a tiny little entrapping formation. It's very easy to break. You Feng, you work with me to break this formation." "Okay, not far away." The other sea transformation realm elder's voice cried out. These two people did not know array formations, but their advantage laid in that their strength was formidable. The pair joined forces and wildly bombarded all directions. After 15 minutes, the array formation finally loosened. The vast expanse of white fog started to dissipate. The elder looked around, but the two girls were long gone. He was so furious that he slapped a palm on the large tree beside him. That huge tree collapsed. At the sound of it, that elder called Yufeng came up and said, "Brother W, and G-Fan, do you think this is that group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect playing tricks?" And G-Fan pulled a long face and said, "I know those cowards from the Tranquil Cloud sect. To be able to set up such an entrapping formation imperceptibly under our eyes, they do not have that capability." Yufeng frowned and said, "But if it isn't Tranquil Cloud sex people, then who is it?" G-Fan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "Perhaps those two girls have reinforcements. Furthermore, he is an array formation expert." A duck that landed in our hands flew away. So vexing. Yufeng said, although the entrapping formation's level was not high, it wasn't simple. He took advantage of geographical conditions to lay out this miniature entrapping formation, and even instantly gathered the fog in the mountains for his own use. With our wild attacks, it forcefully lasted for 15 minutes. G-Fan nodded and said, "This person's strength shouldn't be strong, but his array Dao attainments cannot be underestimated. If he had sea transformation realm strength, then you and I would probably have to die here. Let's go. Later, when we enter the mystic realm, I have to properly find trouble with the Tranquil Cloud sect." The disciples could not help taking pity on them. The pitiful Tranquil Cloud sect became the two girls' scapegoat. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. In a deep valley inside the Cloud Dream mountain range, three silhouettes moved up and down and stopped at an empty lot. The three people were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the two girls. Yenner sized up Yi Yuan's young and handsome face and said with a smile, "A 7th-level spirit condensation realm who is not yet 16 years old. This rate of progress is considered decent." Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Miss Yenner flatters me." Yenner said in surprise, "How rare that you actually remembered my name. And it's also rare for the sex to actually have such a righteous, heroic youth like yourself. Truly out of my expectations. Those fellows who stood by and watched us die are all some cold-blood creatures. I hope that they get eaten by demonic beasts. Yenner, Mr. is our savior. How can you talk this way to him?" The ugly girl reproached. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No harm. Miss Yenner a straight talker, rather very alike to a friend of mine. It's just that these words are kind of biased and a little vicious. It's not that those seniors of mine didn't wish to save you, but their strength is lacking even though their heart is willing. You saw it too. The High Clarity sect has 2C transformation realm experts. If we clash, our side will definitely lose out greatly. Also, our sect's strength is beneath theirs. They are all part of the main forces of their sect. If there are any mishaps, the sect cannot bear it either." The friend that Yi Yuan referred to was naturally Nanfeng Jiro, except this Yenner and Nanfeng Jiro had some differences. She was missing some princess temper. He could sense that this Yenner's anger was still primarily because the tranquil cloud sect looked on indifferently without lending a hand in their matters. Actually, in the martial arts world, these sort of deploring was really not very logical. This Yenner seemed like a fledgling who had just entered the world, ignorant towards everything. Yenner sized up Yi Yuan and suddenly said, "All right, I forgive them. I take back my words earlier. The demonic beasts won't eat them." Hearing these words, even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not quite refrain from laughing. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll thank Miss Yenner on behalf of my seniors." The ugly girl bobbed a curtsy and apologized. "Yenner is insensible. Mister, please do not blame." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Miss Yenner is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Why would I get angry with her?" While talking, Yi Yuan could not refrain from sizing up the ugly girl. She was really quite unsightly, but Yi Yuan would not discriminate against her because of this. Looks were determined by parents and the heaven. How could one make the decision? Furthermore, although this girl was hideous, she was highly cultured and sensible, gentle and generous. Her movements had the grace of an influential family. Presumably, her background should not be poor. What are you looking at, punk? Don't think that you can have any improper thoughts because you saved us. My family's miss is out of your reach. When Yenner saw Yi Yuan's eyes, she immediately became full of fighting spirit, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, as if her family's miss was some matchless beauty. Yi Yuan inadvertently found it funny when he saw the situation and said, "Miss Yenner is over and lysing things. From what I see, your family's Mrs. Body seems to be unwell. That's why I took a few more looks at her." A trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across Yenner and that ugly girl's faces. But Yenner said cunningly, "My family's Mrs. Complexion looks bad. Even a moron can tell that her body is unwell, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Your family's Mrs. Illness is probably not something as simple as her complexion being pale and wan. This one is knowledgeable in medical knowledge. May I take a look at Miss? Maybe I can be of help." Yenner gave a doubtful look and thought to herself, could it be that this fellow perceived something? You, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very best, you're just an alchemy master too. What can you see? Yenner said vigilantly, but the ugly girl said, "Since Mr. can see that my body is unwell, I believe that you learn from a renowned master. There's no harm in taking a look. However, I've seen before many famed masters for this illness of mine, but they were all helpless about it." Though she said so, the ugly girl reached her dainty hand out and placed it in front of Yi Yuan. Yenner was alarmed when she saw it and said, "Miss." The ugly girl waved her hands and said, "There's no harm. Mr. just has good intentions." I guess that Mr. came from a prominent master, and when he saw this sickly body of mine, he began itching to try his skill. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard this. He chortled and said, "Miss is very astute. This Yi Yuan is very impressed. With my visual prowess, I should be able to see through Mrs. Sickness with one glance. But I got nothing after looking for a long time. This one is indeed itching to test my skills." Yi Yuan thought to himself that although this lady's looks were appalling, she was very clever and sensible, as if she could see through people's thoughts with one look. Alchemists were all medical pract. One, Tioniers. Helping people diagnose illness was usual practice. Yi Yuan's abilities went without saying. For common illnesses, he only had to examine slightly before being able to determine it. But earlier, he stared at this ugly girl for a long time and got nothing. This really made him itch to have a go. But when Yenner heard this, she said disdainfully, "You're just a low-rank alchemy master. What are you pretending to be capable for? Even if an alchemy grandmaster or an alchemy king came, they might not necessarily be as arrogant as you, right? Yi Yuan shot Yenner a brief glance and opened his mouth to say, Miss Yenner's blood vitality has a slight deficit, and your complexion a little pale. I think that you had just suffered very severe internal injuries several months back. Now, although your injuries have already healed, the lost blood essence has most likely yet to recover fully. The crow orchid Ganoderma that the high-clarity sect was asking for was probably giving Miss Yenner to use to replenish her blood essence, right? This time, Yenner was truly shocked. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the tiniest bit off. If Yenner's injuries were not recovered yet, there was naturally nothing impressive about Yi Yuan perceiving it. But her injuries were already practically healed. The average person would absolutely be unable to see from the surface that she had suffered tremendous internal injuries a few months ago. The injury at that time was naturally to protect the young lady. She nearly died because of it, but several months had already passed. Said since then, her wounds were already pretty much healed, and her deficient blood essence was already largely recovered. This crow orchid Ganoderma was only used to consolidate her foundation and to replenish her spirit to prevent affecting future cultivation. Looking on the outside, she was no different from an ordinary person. But even so, Yi Yuan still saw through it at a single glance. A puny little low-rank alchemy master actually had such visual prowess. The ugly girl was also surprised as she said, Mr. actually have such visual prowess. What you said was completely on point. Looks like Yenner and I judged people by their appearance and looked down on Mr. Lear apologizes to Mr. As she spoke, she curtsied towards Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan hurriedly performed a supporting hand gesture and said smilingly, Miss need not be so polite. So, turns out that Mrs. name is called Lear. What a nice name. Mr. is too kind. I still don't know how to address Mr. Lear asked. Yi Yuan said, this one is surnamed Yi. Given name is one word, Yuan. So it's Mr. Yi. Then please, Mr. Yi, do a diagnosis for Lear. As she said this, Lear reached her delicate arm out again. Miss Yenner, now, can I help Miss Lear take a look yet? Yi Yuan did not reach out immediately. Instead, he faced Yenner and asked. Yenner pouted and said huffily, Miss already agreed. What's the use if I don't agree? Yi Yuan burst into laughter and reached two fingers out to put on Lear's wrist. Chapter 293, Two Types of Spirit Physique. Chapter 293, Two Types of Spirit Physique. When he saw Lear's slender and exquisite arm, Yi Yuan could not help being stunned. Her arm was glossy and clear, akin to fine white tallow jade, as if it did not belong in the mortal realm. This arm could virtually be described using the word perfect. Looking at Lear's appalling looks again, Yi Yuan felt extremely strong contrast. Yi Yuan felt very suspicious. How could two of such extremes appear on a girl at the same time? Mr. Yi? Lear voiced out a reminder. Yi Yuan only recovered then and laughed awkwardly. Apologies. I lost focus. Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and purged distracting thoughts. He began diagnosing Lear. Yi Yuan's eyebrow gradually knitted together, becoming increasingly creased and deep. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lear asked, Did Mr. Yi make out something? At this time, Yi Yuan let go of Lear's wrist. That creamy feel at his fingertips unwittingly made his mind wander. That sort of touching sensation actually led people to reminiscence endlessly. Yi Yuan could not help sighing inwardly. How could such a girl have a face like this? What a shame. Yenner saw Yi Yuan's reminiscing look and knew that his thoughts were running wild. Towards her own family's Mrs. Charm, she knew deeply from experience. Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, Yen'er could not resist speaking first. Can't say it, right? I knew it. A puny little low-rank alchemy master imitating other great masters to read the pulse. Many divine doctors have taken a look at my family's Mrs. Sickness and have no inkling at all. I really don't know where your courage came from. I also don't know how you duped us with those words earlier. Yi Yuan did not bother with her. Instead, he asked Lear, have Miss Lear cultivated ocular arts before? Lear originally also thought that Yi Yuan was somebody with superficial knowledge. When she heard this, she involuntarily became alert and said with a nod, that's right. Lear has cultivated ocular arts since young. Yi Yuan nodded and continued probing. If my conjectures are correct, Miss Lear must have advanced at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts, right? That's right. Mr. Yi can actually even tell this. Could it be that this strange illness of mine is related to cultivating ocular arts? Lear asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan was only reading her pulse. Under the situation where Lear did not take the initiative to release her ocular powers, Yi Yuan would simply be unable to detect it. In the past, those alchemists who diagnosed her all knew that she trained in ocular arts. But Yi Yuan was unaware. He actually discovered that she had cultivated ocular arts before just based on reading her pulse. He was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, hearing the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words, it seemed like her illness had a strong correlation to cultivating ocular arts. Yi Yuan did not answer Lear's question, but continued asking, does Miss Lear feel dispirited every few months and become completely listless whenever you're doing anything? At this time, Lear had already completely put away any form of underestimation and said solemnly, that's right. In the past, this sort of situation would happen every few months. It would last 3 to 5 days each time. But recently, the time between this symptom is becoming increasingly shorter, but the time it persists is getting progressively longer. My father had invited innumerable famed doctors because of this, but body could diagnose this illness. I didn't think that Mr. Yi actually has such capabilities at this young age. By the side, where was there still any hint of despise from Yen'er? She had long perked her ears up to listen intently. She was right beside when those so-called famous doctors diagnosed Mississippi. Body could explain why. But this boy only diagnosed slightly and could actually perceive so many things. Compared to this Yi Yuan, those so-called famous doctors were truly beneath even Tra's. Plus this period of time, watching Miss being tormented by her ailment, Yen'er also felt like she was experiencing it herself. But her concern was just concern. She was at a complete loss on what to do. Even old Master was helpless. What could she do? Hearing Lear's praise, there was no pleased expression on Yi Yuan's face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Miss Lear is really a person riddled with paradoxes. Lear was dumbstruck. She asked, what does Mr. Yi mean? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, forgive Yi Yuan for being brusque. I've observed that Miss Li has ice skin and jade bones, a sign of extreme ability. Yet, your looks don't match. I discern that Miss Lear has moonlight, heavenly eye physique, advancing at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Yet, it just had to be the innate battle soul physique too. Lear and Yen'er had blank looks on their faces. They clearly know nothing about this innate battle soul physique. Mr. Yi, what kind of spirit physique is this innate battle soul physique? Lear has never heard of it before. Mr. Yi, please enlighten us. Lear opened her mouth to ask. Yi Yuan nodded and said, in this age when martial artists cultivate, they first ACCU, mutilate essence, then cultivate the soul, and then gain enlightenment on Tao. This is AS, associated with the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. This kind of cultivation system is already very complete. The vast majority of martial artists in the world would take this path. Yi Yuan rattled on. Li and Yen'er were all secretly astounded. They did not think that within a tiny little southern domain sect, there was actually somebody who could enumerate the upper, middle, and lower 3 realm cultivation system, like his family's own inheritance. But then, it was said that 100,000 years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who possessed the innate battle soul physique. He walked the cultivation path of merging spirit and body and finally stepped into the deity realm. It was said that people who possessed this type of spirit physique, their bodies and divine soul would gradually amalgamate, attaining the unparalleled great Tao from there. Yi Yuan continued. Li was unbelievably baffled when she heard this. She had never heard of such a horrifying spirit physique before, and she herself was actually the owner of this kind of spirit physique. Your meaning is... Li was nimble-minded. She had evidently already guessed what Yi Yuan was going to say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique is likewise a deity realm physique. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique similarly requires the support of soul force. That's also to say, these 2 types of spirit physiques are tearing your divine soul at the same time, all the way until one day they will split your divine soul into 2. Also, your current symptoms are not very obvious yet. You just feel dizzy and lethargic. Subsequently, the pain of your divine soul will become progressively stronger. That kind of ripping sensation will make you wish that you were dead." When Yi Yuan was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, he personally had a taste of that sort of divine soul-tearing agony. That kind of feeling of dying being better than living was still fresh in his mind right now. If a person suffered such torment every day, even a man of iron would collapse too, let alone a little girl. And Yi Yuan knew that even if one were a divine king realm powerhouse, under such torment, there would only be death in the end. Any one of these 2 types of spirit physiques would be incredibly terrifying, but gathering onto a person at the same time was lethal. When Yen'er listened to Yi Yuan's words, her tears immediately flowed. "Nonsense. You're definitely talking rubbish. Plus this innate battle soul physique is simply unheard of. How do you know?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I also didn't imagine that I could chance upon such a spirit physique. But through Miss Li's pulse earlier, I could indistinctly sense the strength of the ripping and the absorption her body has on the divine soul. Such a state is exactly the same as the innate battle soul physique." Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive towards soul force. Although the absorbing force in Li's body was very minute, he could still detect it. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Yen'er suddenly wiped her tears and said, "I know. You're definitely hankering after my family's Mrs. Beauty. That's why you're deliberately saying so?" "Yes." "No. I'm telling you, give up on this idea. My family's miss already likes someone else." When Yen'er's words came out, Li's expression dimmed instead. Her eyes revealed a woeful look. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He looked at Li's face, but did not say anything. Towards this face, Yi Yuan was not disgusted by it, but it was not to an extent where he was coveting her beauty, right? What did that have to do with this? This Miss Yen'er was really packed with confidence in her family's miss. Forget about Li. Even Yen'er herself had no relation to the word beauty, right? "Yen'er, stop talking nonsense. This appearance of mine, it's already extremely hard to come by that Mr. Yi is not repulsed by me. What beauty is there?" Li glared at Yen'er and said crossly, "But miss, you didn't see that lecherous look of his just now." Yenner refused to give in. Yi Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, "Since Miss Yenner suspects my motives, then just take it as if I didn't say it. My seniors are still waiting for me. Farewell, ladies." Yi Yuan, not arguing, did not mean that he really had no temper. This Yenner is really too self-absorbed. Even if I have never met women before, it's not to the extent where I will immediately be moved when I see a face like this, right? If he continued talking, wouldn't he saving people out of goodwill become ulterior motives? "Wait a minute, Mr. Yi. Keep your mouth shut for me. Yenner." Just as Yi Yuan turned around to leave, Lear hurriedly stopped him. "Miss Lear, this Yi was just shooting my mouth. Just take it as if you didn't hear it," Yi Yuan said. Lear shook her head and said, "Yenner is insensible. Although Mister's realm is not high, the level of your medicinal skills is seldom seen in Lear's lifetime." Lear boldly asks, "Mister, does this spirit physique problem of mine has a solution?" Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "You really want to hear?" Lear nodded and said, "This matter concerns life and death. I naturally want to listen, but we're barely acquaintances. Can you really trust me? Mr. Yi is chivalrous. Lear already cannot thank you enough in my heart. How can I not trust Mister? If others see this face of mine, they would surely keep a respectful distance away. But Mr. Yi risked death to come back alone and save me. It can be seen that Mister is righteous, somebody who can be trusted." Lear said, if it were some other youth, they would surely get carried away with pride upon hearing such praise. But Yi Yuan was very composed. When he did things, he only sought to be able to live with himself. As for whether Lear, the master and servant pair, were grateful, he did not really mind, except forget that Yenner was ungrateful. She even made baseless conjectures about him. This inevitably infuriated him. But Lear's words had a kind of spring breeze and rain magic. It felt very pleasing to Yi Yuan's ears when listening. That bit of displeasure from earlier also dissipated like a cloud. This made Yi Yuan sigh with admiration once again. It seemed like a part from her face was a little ugly. This Miss Lear could be said to be perfect in other areas. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "All right then. Since Miss Lear trusts me, I'll talk about it." Lear gave a beautiful bow and said with a gentle smile, "Lear, thanks, Mr. Yi." Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't be in such a rush to give thanks. Honestly speaking, a rarely seen dual spirit physique like yours is really very troublesome. The importance of the divine soul to a person need not be explained. If your divine soul is completely torn into two parts, what awaits can only be death." Talking about life and death, Lear was not really visibly moved. She asked calmly, "Then in Mister's opinion, how long more can Lear still live?" Yi Yuan says for a moment and said, "This would have to depend on the awakening speed of your innate battle soul physique. If it's fast, then 3 to 5 years. If slow, then around 10 years or so." Lear was dazed. "Awakening." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The time that this symptom of yours appeared should be these past few years, right?" Lear nodded and said, "Yes, roughly around 3 years' time." "Then that's right. This innate battle soul physique is not immediately obtained right after birth, but awakens through postnatal triggers. Once it awakens, this kind of spirit physique will automatically start fusing the divine soul, all the way until the spirit and flesh becomes one. This spirit physique is extremely heaven-defying. During the process of spirit and flesh merging, the cultivation speed of the person possessing the spirit physique will become increasingly faster and will not have any bottlenecks all the way until prior to breaking through to the deity realm." Yi Yuan explained. Lear sucked in a deep breath and said, "That's also to say, even if I stop cultivating right now, this innate battle soul physique will still rip my divine soul? Yi Yuan nodded and said, if you're not of the moonlight heavenly eye physique, but of some other spirit physiques, this sort of spirit and flesh union will not have a big impact on you. But the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique requires the aid of soul force at the same time. You've already been through so many years of cultivation. Your soul force is already fully acclimatized to the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Hence, Lear gave a bitter smile when she heard this and said, to think that such a thing would actually happen to me. Then, Mr. Yi, can I still be saved? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I have a method which might be able to resolve Miss Lear's danger. But honestly, there's not much difference between saying it or not, because I can't help you now. Lear's eyes dimmed, but she still said, Mr. Yi, please enlighten. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I know a type of divine soul mystic art, when supplemented by a type of Tier 8 medicinal pill, can split the divine soul into two for individual cultivation. As long as Miss Learn can divide the divine soul into two and integrate a part of the divine soul into both eyes, the crisis of the spirit and flesh will naturally be easily resolved. Yenner's eyes lit up when she heard this. Since that's the case, can't you just teach us the divine soul mystic art and pill formula? Lear's eyes glared and finally said subtle anger, Yenner. No matter whether it was the divine soul mystic art or the Tier 8 medicinal pills formula, they were exceedingly precious items. Yenner asking for it like this was clearly committing a taboo. This sort of matter, even people on close terms would find it hard to ask, let alone that they were strangers. Yenner's tears splashed on the ground, and she actually kneeled in front of Yi Yuan with a loud smack, crying, Mr. Yi, Yenner apologizes to you. Yenner knows that this sort of request is very abrupt, but Miss is also someone with a bitter life. Yenner really doesn't wish to see her pa S away like this. I beg you, show some pity and save her. Seeing Yenner like so, Lear's tears also involuntarily fell. Yi Yuan sighed and supported Yenner up, saying, Miss Yenner need not do this. Towards saving people, Yi Yuan, would never decline. There's no harm in Pa S. Sing you the divine soul mystic art and Tier 8 pill formula. It's just that I'm afraid that even if I hand them to you, you girls won't be able to refine the medicinal pill either. And without the medicinal pill, cultivating this sort of divine soul mystic art is overly dangerous. How so? As long as we have the pill formula, can't we refine the medicinal pill? Yenner thought that Yi Yuan was finding an excuse and was unwilling to surrender the divine soul mystic art and pill formula. Yi Yuan hesitated for a while, but finally still said, all right then. Since Miss Yenner doesn't believe me, then I'll hand the divine soul mystic art and pill formula to you guys. But Miss Lear, you must keep in mind, you absolutely cannot cultivate the divine soul mystic art if you can't refine the pill. Chapter 295, Slander. Chapter 295, Slander. Lear and Yenner did not quite dare believe their own ears. Yi Yuan really handed it over just like this. This was a divine soul mystic art and Tier 8 pill formula. Even in the divine realm, these two items could make countless people go nuts. Yi Yuan handed it over so easily. Mr. Yi, you aren't joking with us, right? Lear asked disbelievingly. Yi Yuan also knew the weight of these two items. The other party having this reaction was also something reasonable. Without wasting his breath, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 blank jade slips and imprinted the divine soul mystic art and Tier 8 pill formula into these 2 jade slips. Not that Yi Yuan doesn't trust you two ladies. It's just that this matter is way too risky for Yi Yuan. I'd like you two ladies to swear a heavenly Tao oath, please. The origin of these 2 jade slips must not be known by a 4th person. This was also within reason. Lear and Yenner each swore a heavenly Tao oath Then Yi Yuan Pa S said the jade slip to Lier. Lier held the 2 jade slips in her hands and stared at Yi Yuan woodenly. She still did not dare to believe that this was real up until now. Yi Yuan also sighed inwardly and thought to himself that this old weakness indeed resurfaced again. Yi Yuan never had much resistance towards this sort of thing like curing diseases and saving people. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun frequently did this sort of thing. Those who came to his place to beg, as long as they were not some heinous criminals, he would strive to cure them. On the one hand, it was because of his doctor's benevolence. On the other hand, it was because he found it hard to resist testing his skills. At Ji Qingyun's realm, subjugating a type of complicated or rare illness was something that came with an immense sense of accomplishment, and his alchemy Dao level also advanced during this process. In this life, Yi Yuan's personality already underwent a humongous change. But no matter how he changed, Yi Yuan was still Ji Qingyun. This master and servant pair had pure hearts. They were clearly not some heinous individuals. Yi Yuan naturally could not resist testing his abilities too. Moreover, facing this ugly-looking Lier, not knowing why, Yi Yuan's Kampa Shaun grew even thicker. It was just that even if he gave the pill formula to Lier, it was also impossible for her to refine the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was not some street-side formula, but his Yi Yuan's self-created pill formula. It was called Rain Dew Soul Immersion Pill. It could only be refined by harmonizing with his unique technique. Furthermore, this pill formula had an extremely rare core ingredient. Even in the divine realm, it was also exceedingly scarce. With Yi Yuan's present condition, his heart was willing, but his strength was obviously lacking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The items are already handed over to Miss Lier. This ye still have urgent matters on hand, so I'll take my leave first. Miss Lier can consume more divine soul noris, plussing medicinal pills in the future. This way, it can delay the time of the eruption of the divine soul tearing. I left a divine soul imprint on this jade slip. In the future, if my strength is sufficient, I'll naturally go and find Miss Lier." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around, left without any reluctance. Mere acquaintances, doing to this extent was already his limit. As for whether Lier could wait until the day he grew up, that was not something that Yi Yuan could control. Yi Yuan could tell that these two persons ident. 1. Tai was likely extraordinary. Their family might have some connections with the divine realm. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the name Tier 8 medicinal pill, they would most likely be deterred and step back already. "Miss, why not let's hurry back? Your ailment mustn't be delayed." After Yi Yuan left, Yenner urged, but Lier shook her head and said, "Going back is walking right into the trap. I'd rather die outside." But no buts. Also, didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier, the pill formula he gave, other people simply cannot refine it. I feel that what he said is true. Lier said, "Then what do we do now?" "Follow him." Merely a little spirit condensation, realm martial artist. "Follow him for what?" Lier shook his head and said, "This young man is not simple. A spirit condensation, realm martial artist, actually knows the pill formula for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Don't you find it strange?" "Ah, now that Miss said it, that's true. Just now, I was only concerned about your illness and forgot about this point. Speaking of which, this boy is really leaking bizarreness. He can see through my moonlight heavenly eye with one glance, so his diagnosis should be pretty much on the mark. Such a level, even when placed in the divine realm, it's hardly ever seen. Either way, we have nothing to do in this endless world either. Why not take a look at what kind of mysterious person this Yi Yuan is?" Lier said, "All right, then I'll listen to Miss." Lear nodded. But be careful this time. Don't divulge our whereabouts. Just like this, under a situation where he knew nothing about it, two little tails followed behind Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan found Mei Zhan and the rest according to the coordinates, they already reached the entrance to the mystic realm. And at this time, the 7 out of the 8 great sects had already arrived. Only the closest heavenly sky sect had yet to arrive. Seeing Yi Yuan return safely, Mei Zhan also let out a sigh of relief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? Mo? Yuntian hurried asked. Yi Yuan felt warmth in his heart and said, already said that it's to handle some minor affairs. Senior apprentice brother, Mo need not worry. Ha! It's good that things are fine, it's good. Oh, Yi Yuan, you rest first. After the heavenly sky sect people reach, we can enter the mystic realm already. Seeing Yi Yuan return, Mei Zhan's mood was evidently pretty good. Yi Yuan nodded and was just about to find a place to sit and rest when a group of people blocked his path. Not others. It was precisely the High Clarity sect group. Why did this brat only come over now? Where did he go just now? The one speaking was W.A.N.G. Fan. He interrogated Mei Zhan. Mei Zhan originally already nested a stomach full of anger. Seeing W.A.N.G. Fan grilling him, he sneered coldly and said, What? Do I still have to report to your High Clarity sect when my Tranquil Cloud sect disciples do anything? Initially, the various great sects each occupied a place to rest. The other sects people immediately looked over when these two people faced off. When W.A.N.G. Fan saw that Mei Zhan's attitude was unyielding, he was even more displeased as he said, Originally, you don't need to report to us. But the crow orchid Ganoderma that my High Clarity sect had just gotten vanished suddenly. I suspect that it was stolen by this disciple of yours. Actually, W.A.N.G. Fan naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was that mysterious person. He was taking this opportunity to find trouble. A duck that landed in his hands flew off. This made W.A.N.G. Fan very P.I.S. said. He also just happened to see Yi Yuan being the last to return to his team earlier, so he obviously seized the chance to take action. His goal was very simple, which was to extort a little something from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even if they did not have something as precious as the crow orchid Ganoderma, they at least had to take out a quasi-tier for medicinal herb, right? It was just that he could never have imagined that the one who ruined the High Clarity sect's affairs was Yi Yuan himself. His wild flurry of sticks actually hit the perpetrator. Except he was talking nonsense about the whatever crow orchid Ganoderma already being in his hands but was stolen by someone. This was Splaz. H.I. plus-ing dirty water on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mei Zhan and the rest did not know what was going on either. But they knew that Yi Yuan definitely succeeded. But towards W.A.N.G. Fan's drivel, Mei Zhan refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. What utter rubbish. H. Plus you open your eyes well and take a look. Yi Yuan, he is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Can he steal away something in front of the two of you mighty sea transformation realm experts? But W.A.N.G. Fan laughed sinisterly and said, It's true that he's a spirit condensation realm martial artist, but who knows if he specializes in thieving techniques and only knows how to steal things. If that's the case, then everybody needs to be careful. Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. The Tranquil Cloud sect's men knew the truth, but other sect's members did not know the truth. Hearing W.A.N.G. Fan said so, many people revealed wariness. This thieving technique, when cultivated to an extremely high realm, was similarly very terrifying. Crossing realm to steal other people's belongings was not something challenging. This is slander. Mei Zhan was so enraged that he was shaking, being incited by W.A.N.G. fan like this. Tranquil Cloud sect might end up becoming a target for public censure. The risks of this trip would increase dramatically. Slander? Then you explain to me, where did this spirit condensation realm disciple of yours go to before this? When you ped into each other earlier, he was still on your team. But after we arrived here, we didn't see him the entire time. W.A.N.G. fan snickered coldly. He went to attend to some matters. Mei Zhan faltered, but still tried to defend it. Attend to matters? Attend to what matters? Stealing things? W.A.N.G. fan continued on the offensive. Mei Zhan was an experienced and prudent person, but he did not have the gift of gab. Being forced by W.A.N.G. fan at this time, but stammering and unable to say anything that appeared even more like a guilty conscience. At this time, Yi Yuan came forward and clasped his hands at W.A.N.G. Fong, saying, "May I ask this senior if the primary cultivation method in your high-clarity sect is the mountain-shaking divine skill?" W.A.N.G. fan was stunned. He immediately said disdainfully, "Ignorant! In this southern domain, who doesn't know that my high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method is the high-clarity imperial reverence law?" Yi Yuan had a regretful look as he said, "Like this, huh? Then that's really a pity. Senior skin can even shake this cloud dream mountain range. Yet, such a divine skill actually isn't your high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method?" Ha ha ha. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone hugged their bellies and roared with laughter. Just now, W.A.N.G. fan said that Yi Yuan cultivated thieving skills. This time, Yi Yuan retorted that the high-clarity sect's skin was thick. This retaliation was really sharp. Everybody actually had some idea about the high-clarity sect's conduct. They were people who bullied the kind and feared the wicked ones, bluntly saying it was just shameless. This description of Yi Yuan's was seriously too apartment. W.A.N.G. fan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a low voice, "Brat, are you courting death? To actually dare defame my high-clarity sect? Defame? As one of the 8 great sects, you guys actually committed highway robbery against 2 weak girls. That is already shameless enough. But you seem to have failed in the end, or maybe you succeeded and want to reap more benefits. Regardless of what situation it is, your mountain-shaking divine skill is indeed cultivated, powerful enough. After entering the mystic realm, you got to hold it back a little. Don't collapse the mystic realm too," Yi Yuan said, leisurely. The other 6 great sects were currently looking over here. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, many people broke into a SN. 1GGER. These elders and disciples were all astute people. Yi Yuan's essence energy was profound and unadulterated. He was completely not somebody who walked an unorthodox path. Rather, it was the high-clarity sect whose reputation had never been good. Who was right and who was wrong? Everyone had a guess in their hearts. W.A.N.G. fan flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Good, truly excellent." A tough bone came out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. "Today, I'll help you loosen up your tendons and bones." Halt! W.A.N.G. fan was just about to make his move when a voice transmitted over icily. Everyone turned around to look. Turned out that the Heavenly Sky sect's people came. The Heavenly Sky sect was indeed deserving of the Southern Domain's #1 great faction. They sent nearly 20 people on this trip. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders were as many as 3. Such a lineup could be called extravagant on this occasion today. Li Zhongyu, who went to the Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy, previously was shockingly present in the Heavenly Sky sect team. Li Zhongyu saw Yi Yuan, who was currently facing off with W.A.N. G-Fan right away, and killing intent involuntarily surged. But the 8 sects were gathered right now. This was precisely the time for the Heavenly Sky sect to demonstrate the grace of a great sect. It was obviously not a good opportunity to make his move. Once he entered the mystic realm, he definitely had to kill Yi Yuan. After the incident previously, Yi Yuan had already become Li Zhongyu's heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's cultivation. Although Li Zhongyu's strength already recovered to its original standards after a period of recuperation, the difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm rose dramatically. Of course, Li Zhongyu's talent was outstanding. 5th level crystal formation realm could not stump him. But the problem was that Li Zhonyu's goal was the Soul Sea realm. If he did not eliminate Yi Yuan and uproot this heart demon when he broke through to the Soul Sea realm in the future, he would simply be unable to cross the heavenly tribulation. So no matter what, Yi Yuan had to die. The Heavenly Sky sect group arrived in front of everyone in a mighty formation. One of the elders came forward and said, "Your 2 sects came to the Cloud Dream Mountain Range to explore the mystic realm. Now, you're exhausting each other before entering the mystic realm. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Give this old man face. Regardless of what grudges the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect have, wait until after this." This person was the Heavenly Sky sect's elder with the highest seniority on this trip. His name was Wu Zhao. That, halt, earlier was him yelling. Not that he wished to meddle in other people's business, but because he did not want to see internal frictions before entering the mystic realm. Finding so many other sects, elites, over was to get cannon fodders. If there were deaths and casualties outside, wouldn't there be fewer cannon fodders? That way, the dangers their sect disciples faced would increase drastically. Among the younger generation, the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples' strength and potential were absolutely the greatest. As long as there were these cannon fodders, their Heavenly Sky sect could obtain the greatest benefits in the mystic realm. How could they be allowed to have internal conflicts? When W.A.N. G-Fan saw Wu Zhao, he instantly changed face and said with a radiant smile, "So, this trip for the Heavenly Sky sect is under Brother Wu's charge. Brother Wu's face must obviously be given." As he spoke, W.A.N. G-Fan turned to Yi Yuan again and snorted coldly, saying, "Consider yourself lucky, punk, after we come out of the mystic realm. Watch if I don't shred that mouth of yours. But you'll have to come out from inside first." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Then I have to thank Senior Mountain Shaker very much for showing mercy. I don't know whether I can exit or not, but Senior really might not make it out." W.A.N. G-Fan did not take it seriously. He guffawed. "I wonder when such a razor tongue boy appeared in your Tranquil Cloud sect. I rather hope that you can come out. Otherwise, who do I find to vent this anger?" Wu Zhao looked at the unfathomable smile of Yi Yuan's and was involuntarily shocked inwardly. Was it possible that this brat knew something? "Zhongyu, when you went to the Tranquil Cloud sect, you didn't say anything superfluous, right? Why do I feel like this boy seems to know something?" Wu Zhao transmitted his voice to Li Zhongyu. Li Zhongyu replied, "How is that possible? I followed sect master's words to the letter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. And maybe I'm too sensitive." Wu Zhao responded, "This mystic realm did not permit the existence of power exceeding the crystal formation realm. This was also a secret that the Heavenly Sky sect only became informed of by sacrificing an elder. How could the other sects possibly know. The Heavenly Sky sect sacrificed a sea transformation realm elder, but did not wish for the other sects to have an easy time either. Hence, they concealed this information and induced the other sects to send out sea transformation realm elders to follow. As long as these sea transformation realm elders used strength exceeding crystal formation realm inside, they would die without a burial ground. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 297. Entering the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky sect had malicious intentions, but did not know that they were already seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Luo Qingfeng already reminded Mei Zhenlong since before they set off. But Elder Wu still needs to be a little wary of this boy. After entering the mystic realm, we must kill him as long as there's a chance. Li Zhangyu transmitted his voice to remind Wu Zhao, and that 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. Oh, right, that's the kid that made you suffer a huge loss? I don't see anything special about him. Wu Zhao did not mind. Even if he could only exert the strength of peak crystal formation realm, killing a 7th level spirit condensation realm was still too easy. This boy is very bizarre. Once he's given an opportunity, he will surely be an enormous threat to my Heavenly Sky sect in the future. Elder Wu must take care not to treat him lightly. Li Zhangyu forcefully pressed down the discontent in his heart and reminded once more. But Wu Zhao responded, "Say no more, Zhangyu. I know what to do. Your grand Elder Qi's disciples. How can you be so intimidated by a little 7th level spirit condensation realm?" Li Zhangyu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, and did not speak anymore. He was young, but his status was not beneath Wu Zhao's. Under such circumstances, there were many elders sucking up to him in the Heavenly Sky sect, and also many elders who envied him. This Wu Zhao clearly belonged to the latter. Looks like killing Yi Yuan could only be as the circumstances dictate. At this moment, Yi Yuan was also disinclined to dispute with W.N.G. Fan any longer. As long as they entered the mystic realm, W.A.N.G. Fan would be a dead man sooner or later. Seeing that the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had temporarily ceased fire, Wu Zhao was also very pleased. Today, my Heavenly Sky sect invites everyone here to explore the mystic realm together. I hope that everybody can cross the river in the same boat and support each other. The dangers of this mystic realm were already made known to everyone in advance. Take care not to drop your guard. After entering the mystic realm, each of you can seek out natural treasures on your own. Any item that you get will belong to you. My Heavenly Sky sect will not take a single thing. W. Zhao said loudly to everyone. Once these words went out, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Heavenly Sky sect had always taken advantage of every opportunity to benefit themselves. Especially this time in their territory, many sects had already made preparations to have a cut taken by the Heavenly Sky sect, but they also made up their minds that if the cut were too big, they would withdraw and not do this. Furthermore, this time was the Heavenly Sky sect taking the initiative to invite them. Presumably, they would not go overboard. That was why they agreed to explore the mystic realm together this time. And, Body could have thought that the Heavenly Sky sect actually did not want a single thing. Elder Wu, you aren't joking with us, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, Elder Wu. Don't talk flowery words now, but renege after we exit. Elder Wu, if you want to take a cut, make it clear early on. At least everyone will have an estimate in their hearts. Stirring up trouble like this makes us uneasy instead. Wu Zhao suddenly pointed to the skies and swore, Wu Zhao, swear a heavenly Tao oath now. The exploration of the mystic realm this time my heavenly sky sect will not ask for a cut from the other sects after exiting. If I break this vow, may I die a horrible death." This unexpected move from Wu Zhao left everyone completely shocked. What was this? Could it be that the heavenly sky sect really had a change in personality? No matter what, Wu Zhao's heavenly Tao oath was already sworn. The crowd naturally would not have any more doubts. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect's people were also very surprised. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, what do you think is with the heavenly sky sect? Could they really have changed for the better?" Mo Yuntian transmitted. Yi Yuan snickered coldly and said, "Change for the better? How is that possible? That elder Wu only said not to take a cut. He didn't say not to take the other sect's properties. As long as the other sect's disciples are dead, they can naturally collect their storage rings. At that time, wouldn't those things still be theirs? While they have many people, everybody's risk will be the same after entering. How can they guarantee that they can obtain the greatest benefits in the end?" You take a look at the people from the Heavenly Sky sect this time. The worst also has 3rd level or 4th level crystal formation realm cultivation. If such a force will also be in danger, then let alone the other sects. Furthermore, talking in terms of understanding towards this mystic realm, and, body knows more than them. If they still had no gains under such stances, then they would really be a bunch of pigs. So, it's actually like this. Doesn't that mean that many of us from the 7 great sects all became their stepping stones? And roughly this reasoning, then we're in peril this trip. Talking about strength, our Tranquil Cloud sect is probably the weakest, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mo Yuntian involuntarily wanted to back out. Not that he was afraid of death, but because he felt that dying this way was not worth it. Obviously aware that they dug a pit to bury you, yet you still jump inside. That was not courage, but stupidity. But Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Perhaps after we enter the mystic realm, we'll become a great faction second only to the Heavenly Sky sect." "And how goes?" Mo Yuntian asked puzzledly. Don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother. You'll naturally know after entering the mystic realm," Yi Yuan said with a beam. Not that Yi Yuan was trying to be mysterious, but he was afraid of frightening Mo Yuntian until he gave himself away. Presently, the 8 great sects had over a dozen sea transformation realm experts. After entering the mystic realm, it would be pretty decent if there were half left. Telling this sort of thing to Mo Yuntian would definitely make him jump in fright. The more people there were, the more tongues there would be. Luo Qingfeng only told Mei Zhen this matter and did not tell a single one of the crystal formation realm disciples. It was also pointless if they knew. All right, since body has any objections, then let's start entering the mystic realm. Wu Xiao said loudly. At this time, a sea transformation realm powerhouse came out from the Heavenly Sky sect and took out some middle-grade essence crystals and started arranging them at the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrances to mystic realms were mostly not very stable. They had to be reinforced through array formations, or else it would be very easy to be swept away into turbulent spatial currents. This sea transformation realm powerhouse was evidently a Heavenly Sky sect's array formations master. Before long, another light door appeared at the mystic realm entrance. "Everyone, to show our sincerity, my Heavenly Sky sect will enter the mystic realm first." When Wu Zhao finished talking, he directly brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and vanished from the light door, entering the mystic realm. With the Heavenly Sky sect leading the way, the other sects would not hold back anymore either. They scrambled over each other to enter the mystic realm. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry. He waited for the other sects to enter one by one. When W.A.N.G. Fan was pious, sing by this side. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, see, oh, see, Keely, brat, start praying now. Pray that you don't be, you, MP into me inside. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan shrugged and could not care less about him. Only after the other sects entered the mystic realm did Mei Zhen turn to the group of disciples and said, the heavenly sky sect's actions this time is seriously abnormal. Everybody take precaution after entering the mystic realm and try your best not to split up. Understood? Understood. The group of disciples nodded and shouted. Okay, let's go in. Mei Zhen took the helm, and the others also followed one by one. But Yi Yuan intentionally ended up as the last one. Looking at those essence crystals at the mystic realm's entrance, he smiled slightly and went forward to casually move it around a little before entering the light door. After Yi Yuan left, another two figures appeared in front of the light door. Miss, this Yi Yuan is indeed very strange. The array formations set up by a quasi-tier 4 array formations master, but he casually altered it and seized control. We can't enter through this light door anymore. Yenner said in amazement. Lear smiled and said, when he rescued us, didn't he also casually lay an entrapment formation? This Yi Yuan's origins is surely out of the ordinary. Come, let's follow in to take a look. Finished talking, Lear's gaze flickered, and another light door actually opened up. It was shockingly easy. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers, such rich essence energy. If one can cultivate inside here, one will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. When Yi Yuan entered the mystic realm, he heard waves of exclamations and astonishment. This mystic realm's essence energy thickness was exceptionally high, most likely multiple times of the outside world. Cultivating in here could indeed achieve the effect of twice the result with half the effort. But the problem was, who dared to cultivate in here? However, under such rich essence energy, it was also within reason for the mystic realm to produce even more natural treasures. All right. Everyone has already entered the mystic realm. Now, let's all set off on our own. I wish everyone good luck. Wu Zhao shouted loudly. Although he said this, he did not have any intention of moving. Right then, somebody suddenly exclaimed in shock, quickly look, there are actually layers upon layers of orchid heart flower. That is an exceedingly rare tier 2 medicinal herb. There are actually so many here. Quickly go harvest. However many we can get counts. Everybody traced the direction his finger pointed at and looked over. Indeed, they saw a large sea of flowers. Haha, we're rich. This mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. There is actually such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers in the outer regions. The Heavenly Sky sect really didn't lie. This mystic realm is truly lined with treasures everywhere. Obtaining such a great benefit right after entering the mystic realm, everybody's spirits naturally roused. Many people already started thanking the Heavenly Sky sect. Those with quicker reactions already sprinted over there frantically. Although this orchid heart flower was a tier 2 medicinal herb, it was exceedingly rare in the outside world, belonging to those incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. They were scarce resources to the various great sections. Seeing so many orchid heart flowers, the crowd obviously could not resist wanting to harvest more. Mo Yuntian hastily said to Mei Zhen upon seeing the situation, Marshal Uncle, let's hurry over too. Otherwise it will all be S.N.A.T.C. had finished by them. The 8 great sects added up to about 100 people. Though that sea of flowers was large, it could not weather so many people harvesting either. Mei Zhen nodded and was just about to speak when he was stopped by Yi Yuan. Don't be anxious, senior apprentice brother. Let's wait and see first. How could Mo Yuntian, not be anxious. He urged, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. This orchid heart flower is a tier 2 medicinal herb that the sect is in a huge shortage of. It's of utmost importance to us. If we don't move, then it will have nothing to do with us anymore. But Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, What's the hurry for? Take a look, Senior Apprentice Brother. Didn't the Heavenly Sky sect not move too? Mo Yuntian was stunned and looked over at the Heavenly Sky sect's side. Indeed, none of them over there moved. Mo Yuntian's heart plunged and instinctively sensed that someone bad was about to happen. Ah! Right then, a miserable cry sounded. Immediately following were several more tragic cries. Everyone was shocked currently, their gazes looking over in the direction of the Sea of Flowers. Turns out that there were already several people who ran into the Sea of Flowers and started harvesting orchid heart flowers. Except those earliest few who entered the Sea of Flowers currently all turned black. It was clearly the look of being inflicted by deadly poison. Those few people directly collapsed in the Sea of Flowers and rolled around endlessly, looking very anguished. It was apparent that they could not survive. The large group who were originally sprinting there frantically were frightened until they hurriedly stopped their footsteps when they saw how hideous those few people looked now. What's going on? What happened to those people? Isn't this the orchid heart flower? Why does it seem to contain deadly poison? Luckily, I ran a little slower just now. If I were slightly faster, I'd definitely end up like them. There were people shocked and people scared. When they crowd-watched the few people struggling in the Sea of Flowers, they all felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too horrifying. Those few people were all Crystal Formation realm martial artists, but they got poisoned before they could even react. The struggles of those few in the Sea of Flowers gradually grew weaker. Finally, there was no more sound. Everyone's comments also gradually died down. They only realized now that this mystic realm was not as simple as they imagined. Many people were only shocked awake now why the Heavenly Sky sect wanted to find them to explore the mystic realm together. If this mystic realm was filled with treasures everywhere, would they still get to come and explore? When the group saw such a large sea of flowers earlier, they immediately tossed danger to the back of their minds and nearly perished. Greed was human nature. Plus, they did not have sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's dangers, which was why they made such a low-level mistake. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect people were also shaking in fear after the event when they saw this situation. If it were not for Yi Yuan just now, they would probably have rushed over thoughtlessly. This poison was clearly very powerful. Those few were all Crystal Formation realm martial artists, but died in a few breaths of time. Even if Mei Zhan was inflicted, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Yi Yuan, fortunately, there was you just now holding us back. Otherwise, we would likely have fallen victim to it too. Mo Yuntian said with lingering fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I saw that body from the Heavenly Sky sect moved and guessed that there was some problem. That's why I made you guys wait and see first. I didn't think that a problem would really occur. Mo Yuntian silently felt ashamed. As everyone's senior brother, but without half of Yi Yuan's focus, it was seriously quite shameful. Actually, Mo Yuntian was overthinking. Facing such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers, not many could keep their cool. Or else, they would not have dashed forward just now without anyone paying attention to Heavenly Sky sect's side. Moreover, the reason why the Heavenly Sky sect did not move was clearly that they also suffered a loss before. Even if the Heavenly Sky sect had many Crystal Formation realm and Sea Transformation realm experts, it was impossible for them not to be moved by a scarce medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower. As for Yi Yuan, he saw that sea of flowers right after entering. Even if he did not see the heavenly sky sect's movements, he would not let his seniors go and pick those flowers either. Yi Yuan did not even need to move closer to observe. Just by sniffing the scent in the air, he already knew that this sea of flowers was simply not orchid heart flowers. Those flowers in the sea of flowers were the manta flower, which was extremely similar to the orchid heart flower. The manta flower was virtually the same as the orchid heart flower. Furthermore, the fragrance it gave off was practically the same, but Yi Yuan could differentiate the minute differences within. The flower scent given off by the manta flower had an extremely faint blood stench. It was just that the flower fragrance was enchanting. Ordinary people found it very hard to tell this sort of extremely minute differences. But in reality, the manta flower used precisely this kind of method to attract humans to harvest it, poisoning them from there. Once humans suck, you bed to the poison and died. They would become the manta flower's fertilizer, noris. Plussing the manta flower. But most likely body here recognized the manta flower. These people died bizarrely too, and no one knew what happened. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to be eye-catching, so he did not explain much. He just used the heavenly sky sect as a SHI+ELD. Mei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Those fellows definitely knew that there was something shady, but did not make a sound. They were waiting for people to be poisoned. Earlier, the few great sects practically all had somebody who suck. You bet to it. This fulfilled their wishes." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't the Heavenly Sky sect get the other 7 great sects to come for the purpose of finding more cannon fodders? The other great sects, elders, only came around now. They ran in front of Wu Zhao and admonished, 'Elder Wu, why didn't anyone from your Heavenly Sky sect move? Were you all already aware that these orchid heart flowers have some problem?'" Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guest. Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guest. The sect elders were all burning with righteous indignation. They felt like they had fallen into a pit, sustaining heavy casualties before the exploration of the mystic realm even began. The sect elders clearly could not quite accept it. When Wu Zhao saw several sects lose men, he secretly felt pleased, but he looked aggrieved as he said, "By heaven and this Wu really didn't know that this sea of orchid heart flowers actually had such deadly poison. It's just that my Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources, and we're not lacking this bit of orchid heart flowers. That's why we were thinking of letting everyone go first. Who knew that this would happen? Humph! Stop pretending. Elder Wu, only your Heavenly Sky sect has come in here before. How can you possibly be oblivious?" An elder said furiously. Wu Zhao maintained an aggrieved look and said, "It isn't just my Heavenly Sky sect's group that didn't move here. The Tranquil Cloud sect didn't move too. Why does everyone come and interrogate my Heavenly Sky sect?" When Wu Zhao said this, the Tranquil Cloud sect group felt their hearts chill. He was trying to redirect the disaster. Indeed, those elders immediately turned their gun barrels. They were all wily foxes and knew that Wu Zhao was deliberately putting on a show here. But the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, so they obviously had to find a soft persimmon to knead. They had to find a channel to vent, right? Then wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect perfect? When W.A.N.G. Fan saw the Tranquil Cloud sect, he instantly became full of enthusiasm. He went forward and grilled them. "Mei Zhen, are you going to give us an explanation?" How could Mei Zhen not know what these people were thinking? His face darkened, and he said, "What explanation do you want? I wasn't the one who made you all go harvest the orchid heart flowers either. Now that something happened, can my Tranquil Cloud sect be blamed for it? The Heavenly Sky sect is the only sect who came in here before. You don't go find them, but come to find trouble with us instead. What's the reasoning? W.A.N.G. Fan sneered coldly and said, You can't say it that way. The Heavenly Sky Sect has vast territory and abundant resources. Your Tranquil Cloud Sect can't also have vast territories and abundant resources too, right? Could it be that you guys aren't lacking orchid heart flowers, but you people didn't make a move? Could there be no reason in between all this? Or perhaps you guys already secretly colluded with the Heavenly Sky Sect? When W.A.N.G. Fan said this, the other sect's elders' faces changed. The Heavenly Sky Sect was already formidable enough. If they add in a Tranquil Cloud Sect, swallowing up the other sects was something sooner or later. Although the Tranquil Cloud Sect was very weak, which one of the 8 great sects did not have any trumps cards. If they threw their lot in with the Heavenly Sky Sect, then the Southern Domain's terrain would be hard to say. Mei Jun panicked when he saw the situation and pointed at W.A.N.G. Fan, saying, W.A.N.G. Fan, don't slander people. W.A.N.G. Fan snorted coldly and said, Slander people? If it's not like this, you guys should have at least reminded us to not go over, right? Now, only you guys and the Heavenly Sky Sect are perfectly fine. How can this not make people suspicious? Mei Jun was so nervous that his forehead was matted with sweat, and he felt like he could not explain this even with 100 mouths. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's strength was originally weak. If they faced off with several great sects at the same time, then there was only death. The Heavenly Sky Sect's strategy to sow discord was executed really viciously. Senior Mountain Shaker, why did you come out again? Talking so much C.R.A.P. Isn't it all your baseless speculations? You guys were greedy and suffered a loss when you went to harvest the orchid heart flowers, but turn around now to blame others. Where's the reasoning? At this time, Yi Yuan came forward to say. When he said, Senior Mountain Shaker, everybody simmered with laughter. But under such circumstances, they should not laugh. Each one of them was very uncomfortable holding it back. W.A.N.G. Fan was so angry that he was huffing and glaring. He said in a great rage, Honorable nephew, looks like your Tranquil Cloud Sect is resolved to break away from us other 6 sects. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Senior Mountain Shaker, your mountain-shaking divine skill is already cultivated to the acme of perfection. Since when can Senior Mountain Shaker alone represent the 6 sects? Forget about 6 sects. Can you represent the High Clarity Sect? W.A.N.G. Fan could not help choking up. Did he dare to say represent? He was only some unimportant elder in the High Clarity Sect. How could he represent the High Clarity Sect's opinion? What about me? He's sowing discord, so obviously, and you can't even see it. Are you a pig? Or are you already bought over by the Heavenly Sky Sect to deliberately stir up hostility between us 6 sects? Yi Yuan retorted, hitting the mark with each word. Mo Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard it. What a marvelous reversing the roles of host and guest. Just now, W.A.N.G. Fan said that the Tranquil Cloud Sect and Heavenly Sky Sect were colluding. Now, Yi Yuan countered that W.A.N.G. Fan was bribed by the Heavenly Sky Sect, reversing the situation in an instant. Regardless whether the other sects believed Yi Yuan's words or not, they would not take any rash actions. You're maligning me. It was W.A.N.G. Fan's turn to want to cough blood this time. But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, Senior Mountain Shaker, save it. In this mystic realm, the situation is incredibly delicate. Don't become a tool for others. Properly seeking out natural treasures and leaving alive are the kingly way. His words were clearly for W.A.N.G. Ji-fan to listen, but in reality, it was said for the other elders to hear. When the sect elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they also calmed down. Now, inside the mystic realm, the heavenly sky sect's strength was undoubtedly the greatest, but their strength had limits. It was precisely because of this that everyone lowered their guard. But in truth, the heavenly sky sect had advantages that other sects did not. If they became cannon fodders, they would lose more than they gain in the end. Each sect only had 10+ people now. Once they clashed, body would gain any advantage. Instead, it would benefit others. Not only Ji-fan, but the rest of them also could not represent their respective sects too. The goal of coming to this mystic realm was to bring back more natural treasures. The most important matter on hand was not to scheme, but to preserve their strength to search for natural treasures. Yi Yuan's words roused them from their sleep. These elders' enmity also became much weaker. As for what happened here, they would report to the sect's upper echelons after leaving. The higher-ups would naturally make a decision. The Heavenly Sky sect people had been watching the activities over here the entire time. When Wu Zhao saw that Yi Yuan resolved the crisis with just a few words, his face involuntarily fell. Although this boy's realm isn't high, his thoughts are very deep. His grasp of the situation is also very on point. Looks like what Zhang Yu said was right. This boy really can't be underestimated. And I'll just find a chance later on and kill him. Wu Zhao thought to himself. As for those words over there about colluding with the Heavenly Sky sect, Wu Zhao did not mind in the slightest. The 7 great sect masters were all wise people. As long as the Heavenly Sky sect existed for a day, they would not be foolish enough to tear at each other. That would only benefit the Heavenly Sky sect. All right, let's go first. Seeing that there were no opportunities to take advantage of, Wu Zhao brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and left first. The other elders also came around, and each brought their members to set off. But after this Sea of Flowers incident, the elders also had sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's perils. They obviously would not dare to drop their guard again. Ji-fan shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare again and said, "Brat, you'd best pray that you don't end up in my hands." "Humph. Let's go." Finished talking, Ji-fan directly led a group of high-clarity sect disciples and left. Meizhen also let out a long sigh. He said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, Yi Yuan, all thanks to you for getting us out of a fix this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered an undeserved calamity." Yi Yuan smiled. Waving his hands, he said, "Nothing much. This is what I should do." Meizhen nodded and said, "Let's go too." "Wait a minute." Yi Yuan called out to stop him. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. Is there anything else, Yi Yuan? The other sects are already long gone. Meizhen reminded. There were about 100 people from the 8 great sects, neither too many nor too few in this mystic realm. Leaving later would mean having the good stuff taken away by others. Regarding Yi Yuan, Meizhen could not very well issue a command directly. He could only advise in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei. Although there is a lot of good stuff in this mystic realm, it probably won't be so easy to obtain. Reaching first doesn't mean definitely obtaining first. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would not have spent so much trouble to invite us over. Rather, since the other sects already left now, we can harvest the flowers at ease." When Yi Yuan said this, everyone jumped in fright. The toxicity of the Sea of Flowers was very strong. Everybody witnessed it with their own eyes just now. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to go harvest the flowers? Stop kidding, Yi Yuan. That Sea of Flowers probably has thousands of orchid heart flowers. The strength of the poison is something that even crystal formation realms cannot withstand. You also saw those people earlier, yet you still want to harvest the flowers. Isn't this complaining that your lifespan is too long? Meijin said that scene earlier was truly too shocking, leaving everyone with a lingering fear in their hearts even up till now. Towards this sea of flowers, everybody's attitude was in accord to keep a respectful distance away. Hence, upon hearing that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the sea of flowers to harvest flowers, Mei Shun nearly jumped up. These flowers are not orchid heart flowers, but mantu flowers. This mantu flower's outer appearance is extremely alike the orchid heart flower, but it's a highly toxic ent. One tie. Furthermore, the sea of mantu flowers grows together. This will have a superimposing effect on the poison, practically reaching quasi-tier 4 level. That's why those people died upon contact. Yi Yuan explained. Mantu flower? Really never heard of it before. But since the toxicity is so powerful, then even more so you mustn't go over. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, how can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Treasure mountain? What kind of treasure mountain is a bunch of poisonous objects? Mo Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you're uninformed of this mantu flower's origins. That's why you say so. This mantu flower is originally a poisonous item. Furthermore, its appearance also greatly differs from the orchid heart flower. We see that the mantu flower looks exactly the same as orchid heart flowers because it was formed through grafting. Grafting? Everyone said in surprise. That's right. After the mantu flower matures, cut off everything above the rhizome completely, then graft the orchid heart flower on it. Then it becomes the current mantu flowers. In reality, it should be called mantu orchid heart flowers. Yi Yuan explained. No way, right? Such a precious tier 2 medicinal herb, like the orchid heart flower, was actually used in grafting to become mantu flower. Isn't it too much of a waste of G? Oh, D's gift? It's really too bad. Tian, you could not help letting out an emotional sigh. He grew up by Sky Mapple's side since young and was much more familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs compared to other people. The preciousness of orchid heart flowers was such that even the heavenly sky sect would not regard it as unimportant, let alone the tranquil cloud sect, which was short on resources to begin with. Yi Yuan smiled and said, nothing to be sad about. The reason why this was done is naturally that there is a greater justification. What reason? So many orchid heart flowers, if we bring them all back, it's enough to raise the tranquil cloud sex spirit condensation, realm martial artist strength collectively by a whole stage. But now, able to look but unable to eat. Such heartache. Tianyu sighed. The rank of a medicinal herb is fixed, but under certain special environments, it can advance. No matter how precious the orchid heart flower is, it's also just a tier 2 medicinal herb. It has profound meaning to spirit condensation realm martial artists, but to crystal formation realm martial artists, it's of somewhat little value. Yi Yuan, you mean to say, the reason for grafting this mantu flower is to let the orchid heart flower evolve. Mo Yuntian's eyes became wide saucers as he asked in disbelief. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, that's right. The orchid heart flower is an extremely pure and nories plussing medicinal herb. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist swallowed an orchid heart flower raw, it would have huge benefits towards cultivation. But to nurture tier 3 orchid heart flowers, it has to be in a highly toxic environment instead. After the mantu flower is grafted over by the orchid heart flower, it converts the orchid heart flower into an ent. 1. Tie with even deadlier poison. But this toxicity can spur the true orchid heart flower's evolution. Tian, Yu asked in surprise when he heard this. There's actually such a miraculous technique in this world. This grafting technique was not considered miraculous in the divine realm. Each major faction would have some of their own unique breeding methods. But in the endless world, this was an extremely phenomenal technique. In Tian Yu's mind, the ranks of medicinal herbs were all fixed. He had never heard of being able to evolve. Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't count as miraculous. It's just a problem of knowing it or not." Then doesn't that mean that there are tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers? Mei Shun said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's why I said that we can harvest flowers in peace after they left. But this sea of flowers is so huge. Moreover, it's all highly toxic, dying upon contact. How should we harvest?" Mei Shun said with a frown, "Even if they knew that there were treasures in the sea of flowers, it was futile if they could not go in. They had already witnessed the prowess of the Mantu flower poison. They did not wish to risk their lives." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Very simple, just burn them all with fire." "Burn them?" "But the tier 3 orchid heart flowers are inside too. What if the fire burns them all down? Furthermore, how to burn them? Ordinary fires cannot destroy tier 2 medicinal herbs by burning," Mei Shun said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan headed straight for the sea of flowers. Everybody held suspicions in their hearts, but still followed. Yi Yuan came to the borders of the sea of flowers, and with a flick of his hand, a pale yellow flame appeared. Hiss! Essence fire. Is that cleansing sandal sacred flame? How is that possible? You're only at the spirit condensation realm. How can you have a tier 4 essence fire? Mei Shun cried out in shock. Yi Yuan gave a simple explanation, leaving the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples unbelievably envious. Tian Yu looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame dancing in Yi Yuan's palm, and only knew now that Yi Yuan did not even go all out during the grand compet. Tian! If the cleansing sandal sacred flame were unleashed without needing to unleash its full power, he would not be able to escape death too. Only to see Yi Yuan lightly thrust his palm forward. The cleansing sandal sacred flame vanished with a swoosh. Immediately after, they saw the sea of flowers igniting area by area. Yi Yuan, this is a tier 4 essence fire. Wouldn't the tier 3 orchid heart flowers be burned down with you burning like this? Mei Shun asked with a frown. Rest assured, Elder Mei Shun. Just look on and you'll see. This sea of flowers have roughly 3,000 plus manta flowers, and nurturing one tier 3 orchid heart flower requires the expenditure of 100 manta flowers. That's also to say that there are roughly more than 30 tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers. We won't bring even one less away. Yi Yuan said, assuredly. Mei Shun was half believing, half doubting, but he still waited patiently. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was extremely powerful. It quickly burnt this sea of flowers into nothing, not even leaving residue behind. When everyone focused their eyes over there, they indeed saw that there were a number of plants left in the sea of flowers. Yi Yuan went forward and directly harvested 5 tier 3 orchid heart flowers. He turned around and said to Mei Shun, "These tier 3 orchid heart flowers are useful to me, so I'll take 5. Elder Mei, please take the rest back to the sect." Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Mei Shun looked at those stalks of tier 3 orchid heart flowers and involuntarily frowned, showing a pondering look. Elder Mei, if we didn't have Yi Yuan, we wouldn't even have gotten a single stalk of tier 3 orchid heart flower. He only took 5 stalks, which isn't considered much. Yuntian saw Meijian frown and hastily went up to say. Meijian was stupefied, then smiled bitterly and said, "Where did that come from, Yuntian? I'm not grumbling that Yi Yuan got too many, but because I feel that it's too little. It's just that I can't really make a decision on this. That's why I hesitated." When he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "How about this? I'll keep the rest of the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers first. After returning, I'll report to Sect Master about today's events and request him to give you some more stocks." But Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need. 5 stalks are enough. Quickly harvest them. Elder Mei, we should set off already." With Yi Yuan saying this, Meijian continuing to insist appeared rather corny. He could only put away the remainder Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. This Tier 3 orchid heart flower was a core ingredient in a Tier 3 cultivation medicinal pill, the essence stabilizing pill. 5 stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers were enough to refine 100 pills to Yi Yuan. It was plenty to use in the short term. Only after gathering the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers did the Tranquil Cloud sect group start advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. Having gone through the Monteflower Sea incident, the group did not dare to lower their guard again. They were on high alert the entire way. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's discerning eyes that discovered pearls. He even obtained some rather rare Tier 2 medicinal herbs along the way. But ever since the Orchid Heart Flower Sea, they did not encounter any more Tier 3 medicinal herbs. On the way, Ti Wuzhou, who was silent the whole time, suddenly asked Yi Yuan, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you previously said that this Monteflower is a grafting object. Doesn't this mean that sea of flowers has an owner? Could it be that this mystic realm?" With Ti Wuzhou saying this, all of them include Meijian was stunned speechless. Using Monteflowers to breed Tier 3 orchid heart flowers, this was a huge expenditure. And this was even still the outermost boundary of the mystic realm. Li Zhangyu also said that there were even many Tier 4 medicinal herbs in this mystic realm. If this mystic realm really had an owner, then everyone would be in danger. A faction that could create such a spectacle was likely even more powerful than the Heavenly Sky sect. Previously, when everybody was listening to Yi Yuan talk about this Tier 3 orchid heart flower, their minds were in a state of shock, resulting in them overlooking this issue. Thinking about it now, the group could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. Could such a powerful influence actually be hidden in this southern domain territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Wuzhou's thinking is indeed meticulous. This place indeed had a master in the past. However, that should be something a long time ago." Listening to the first half of Yi Yuan's sentence, everybody's heart involuntarily jumped. They only relaxed after hearing the second half. Except, this strong contrast unwittingly left everyone feeling out of breath. "How do you know, Junior apprentice brother Yi?" Ti Wuzhou inquired. After ranked medicinal herbs absorb sufficient essence energy, they will reach a level of saturation. The essence energy in this place is abundant. That's why it can sustain the medicinal herb's state of maturity. But those familiar with medicinal herbs can tell the difference in the herb's age. These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers probably has the age of several thousand years already. If this place had an owner, it's impossible to leave these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers unchecked to fall into disuse for such a long time. Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity towards medicinal herbs was hard to imagine by everyone. He only had to observe slightly to be able to tell the age of these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. That was why he was so certain. Moreover, this place has clearly been deserted for a long time. It's overgrown with all sorts of weed, and demonic beasts run wild. It's absolutely not a land with a master. If my conjectures are correct, This place might be some sex medicinal garden back then. It's just that who knows what kind of accident befall the sect, resulting in it being deserted like this. This sect should be much more powerful than the present Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan uttered his own conjectures. Mei Jun and the rest nodded their heads quietly when they heard it. This lysis was perfectly logical and reasonable, and it also dispelled their apprehension. Ever since entering the mystic realm, unknowingly, everyone had already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. When encountering anything, the first thing they thought of was not to seek advice from Mei Jun, but to ask Yi Yuan. But the strange thing was that Body felt that this was inappropriate, including Mei Jun himself. The Tranquil Cloud sect group did not move quickly. After 2 days, they arrived at a dense forest. Quickly look! Isn't that a tier 4 medicinal herb, the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit? A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the bright red fruit not far away. Tier 4 medicinal herbs belong to items of strategic significance to the major sects in the southern domain. Even the Heavenly Sky sect would also have bloodshot eyes when seeing Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Previously, Sky Maple practically expended all of Tranquil Cloud sect's Tier 4 medicinal herbs in order to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. This was also the reason why the pressure on him was enormous like a mountain. Seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb currently, it was hard for the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples to not feel agitated. That disciple was about to pluck it while talking when he was held back by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Pang, don't go over. Yi Yuan said gravely. What? Senior apprentice Brother Pang froze and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. On the way, under Yi Yuan's lead, they had already avoided several certain death scenarios. So upon seeing Yi Yuan stop him, Senior apprentice Brother Pang instantly realized his recklessness as cold sweat poured unceasingly. This mystic realm was indeed just as the Heavenly Sky sect said. There were natural treasures everywhere. But to want to obtain these natural treasures, one had to pay the price in blood. These 2 days, the Tranquil Cloud sect group also encountered many quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs along the way. But not one of these medicinal herbs' surroundings was not abnormally dangerous. Even for crystal formation realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness would result in death at the scene. But Yi Yuan lead everyone time and time again, avoiding the dangers. So up until now, the Tranquil Cloud sect did not lose a single man. In the beginning, they were still somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan stopping everyone from harvesting the medicinal herbs. Yi Yuan even utilized the cleansing sandal flame lotus avatar body because of this to probe multiple times. But the results made everybody's hair stand on its ends. After several times, everyone knew just how great the significance of Yi Yuan's existence was. If they did not have Yi Yuan, they would probably have to lose half their forces in just these 2 days. This would be an unbearable blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan was extremely familiar with these medicinal herbs' characteristics. Some medicinal herbs had accompanying beasts, some had accompanying toxic ent. One ties, one careless move, and they would suck you MB to it. When Senior Apprentice Brother Pan got excited seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb just now, he almost forgot the dangers previously and threw himself headfirst. Vermilion lotus ice heart fruits have a type of accompanying demonic beasts called 7-colored poison spider. Its toxicity is extremely ferocious. Furthermore, the poison spider's size is very small, exceedingly difficult to detect. If one were carelessly bitten by it, crystal formation realm martial artists would perish from the eruption of the poison within several breaths of time. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Senior Apprentice Brother Pan sucked in a cold breath. Cold sweat started pouring once more uncontrollably. Who's there? Right then, Mei Jun suddenly roared. This brat is indeed quite abnormal to actually even know about this poison spider. You guys actually haven't lost a single man until now. Looks like it's all due to this boy's credit. Haha, I already said before, boy, don't be. You MP into me in the mystic realm. W.A.N.G. fan. Several silhouettes appeared from the neighboring forest. When Mei Shen saw people coming, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 302, Pus.H.I. Plussing too far. Chapter 302, Pus. H.I. Plussing too far. W.A.N.G. fan and Yufeng brought the high-clarity sect group out of the dense forest, their faces showing emus. E.M.E.N.T. like they had the tranquil cloud sect within their grasp. To think that we met so soon. What a coincidence. W.A.N.G. fan said with a cold laugh. Mei Jun snorted and said, W.A.N.G. fan, I advise you to better not clash with us. Otherwise, let's fight to the bitter end. You guys won't be able to get any benefits either. But W.A.N.G. fan burst into laughter and said, bitter end? With the likes of you, your tranquil cloud sect even brought a 7th level spirit condensation realm disciple out to present a show. Are you even fit to fight to the bitter end with our high clarity sect? However, although this punk's realm isn't high, he is extremely abnormal to even know about the 7-colored poison spider. Just a while back, we even lost a 5th level crystal formation realm disciple for the sake of harvesting this vermilion lotus ice heart fruit. But you all are actually completely unscathed up till now. W.A.N.G. fan took it all into his eyes the tranquil cloud sex group's performance earlier. If not for Yi Yuan holding back that senior apprentice brother Pang, his outcome now would definitely be the same as that disciple of theirs. The high clarity sect beat the tranquil cloud sect to this place, but lost a 5th level crystal formation realm disciple. One could call it heavy losses. They were currently thinking of ways to harvest the vermilion lotus ice heart flower when they just happened to see the tranquil cloud sect people coming over. Hence, they found a place to hide, wanting to see the tranquil cloud sect suffer a huge loss too. That senior apprentice brother Pang was about to rush up when he was forcefully held back by Yi Yuan. These 2 days, 2 disciples already died on their side. It could be said to be heavy losses. In contrast, seeing how the tranquil cloud sect team looked exactly the same as they were when they entered made W.A.N.G. fan inadvertently furious. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality made W.A.N.G. fan even more displeased when looking at Yi Yuan. Looking at the situation earlier, this boy truly had many abnormal areas. Humph! After entering this mystic realm, life and death are up to fate. Your disciples died, but you can't put this blame on our heads, right? Mei Jun snorted icily. So what if we lay it on you? When we just entered the mystic realm, if this punk just gave a light reminder, we wouldn't have lost a disciple in vain too. Do you feel whether we should put this score on your heads or not? Mei Jun involuntarily choked up, but Yi Yuan said, what duty do I have to remind you? Even if I reminded you, will you be grateful to me? Will you not find trouble with me now? Having experienced several interactions, Yi Yuan had long seen through this W.A.N.G. fan's character. He was simply some loose principled person without any bottom line. Even if he reminded the high clarity sect when he entered the mystic realm, it would also be the same situation right now. This type of people basically did not know what was called grat. One toot. Ha ha ha. I said before, you, boy, your bones are very tough. Previously outside the mystic realm, I let you escape a calamity. Now, no one is going to step forward to mediate, right? G-Fan laughed maniacally. Mei Zhen's expression turned grave, and he said somberly, G-Fan, don't push us too far. But G-Fan paid no attention. He said to Mei Zhen, I give you all a chance. Hand over that boy, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, none of you shall escape. In G-Fan's view, they had two C transformation realm experts over on their side, while the other party only had Mei Zhen alone. The disparity between both parties' strength was too great. The Tranquil Cloud sect simply stood no chance at all. Mei Zhen's realm was similar to his, both third-level C transformation realm. As long as he delayed Mei Zhen, Yufeng could freely reap the rest. Under such an enormous difference in strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect team could only hand over Yi Yuan if they wanted to live. G-Fan did not know that the target they previously robbed was currently observing everything not far off. If Yi Yuan were here, he probably would not be able to recognize that these two women with unparalleled looks were the two people he saved. How did the current Li and Yen still had any hint of ugliness right now? Ignoring Li, even Yen, who was a servant, was soul-stirringly beautiful. As for Li, it was simply impossible to find words to describe. If one had to describe it, they could only say such beauty should only belong to the heavens and not the mortal realm. But currently, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to this. Miss, it seems like they are going to fight over there. Should we help save Mr. Yi? Yen transmitted. Li shook her head and said, watch a while more. Still watching? Mr. Yi is only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Once they fight, he will be instantly killed in a single move. Yi Yuan gave the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 medicinal pill to Li with any hesitation. This improved Yen's impression towards Yi Yuan tremendously and genuinely treating him as a savior. So when she saw that Yi Yuan was in danger, she could not wait to lend a helping hand. In truth, with the pair's strength, they did not need Yi Yuan's saving at all. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's appearance saved G-Fan and his group instead. If Yi Yuan did not show up at that time, this group from the High Clarity sect would most likely already end up as a feast in the stomachs of the Cloud Dream Mountain Range right now. Li and Yen did not wish to reveal their strength. That was why they purposely pretended to be crystal formation realm martial artists. Even the C transformation realm G-Fan and Mei Zhen were unable to see through Li and Yen's strength. One could see just how powerful they were. So when Yi Yuan saved them both, master and servant, Li was still all right, but Yen did not welcome it at all. One had to say that she was even more curious that a spirit condensation realm martial artist actually rescued the master and servant without any traces from a bunch of C transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists. But after Yi Yuan perceived Li's ailment, Yen's thoughts were completely turned around. It's fine. If Mr. Yi is really in danger, I'll make a move in time. I didn't. 1. Ties are special. We mustn't make a move easily unless there are no other alternatives. Moreover, I also really want to see just where Mr. Yi's limit lies, Li said composedly. But Yen was not very supportive as she said, I know that Mr. Yi is kind of special, but what kind of limits can a 7th level spirit condensation realm martial artist reach, even if he's strong? Li broke into a smile, her beauty unequaled. That might not be so. I keep feeling that he's extraordinary. All right. Ever since that person left, it's rare to see Miss pay so much attention to something. Do whatever that makes you happy then. Yen realized that she misspoke after she finished talking and involuntarily stuck her tongue out playfully, appearing embarrassed. As said, a hint of sorrow flickered across Li's beautiful eyes. She shot Yenner a fierce glare and no longer bothered with her. Mei Jun gave Yi Yuan a glance and gritted his teeth as he said to W.A.N. Ji-fan, since that's the case, then let's fight to the bitter end. W.A.N. Ji-fan was confused and even thought that he heard wrongly. He looked at Mei Jun and the other Tranquil Cloud sect disciples and saw that their faces actually revealed resolved looks. Mei Jun actually wanted to turn violent without even thinking. One had to know that even though their high-clarity sect lost 2 Crystal Formation Realm disciples, the power of Sea Transformation Realm was not something that Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could resist. Were this group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect daft? Everyone did not want their lives anymore for a 7th-level spirit condensation realm. W.A.N. Ji-fan was completely ignorant of Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 303. Very foolish, very naive. Chapter 303. Very foolish, very naive. I'll delay them. Yuntian, you quickly bring them away. Mei Jun drew his sword and said without even turning his head back. Evidently, he already harbored the resolution to die and protect the others' retreat. In Mei Jun's heart, these disciples were all the sect's future. Any one of them was more important than him. He was only a sect elder without much room for improvement anymore. While these disciples were going to cause a stir in Southern Domain in the future, Yi Yuan was rather overcome with emotion when he saw such a situation. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was not great, their cohesiveness was very strong. The Tranquil Cloud sect had people like Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Mei Jun. What was there to worry about not being able to charge back to the Northern Domain? It was fine if the sect declined. As long as the people's hearts did not scatter, there would eventually come a day where they would S.H.I. plus any once again. The High Clarity sect is a bunch of motley crew. Why is there a need to fight to the death? Yi Yuan smiled calmly and wielded Songhua's sword with a wave of his hands. Once W.A.N. Ji-fan saw that Songhua's sword, the greed in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Her, Senior Mountain Shaker's eyes are pretty good, Yi Yuan mocked. Ha! Misfortune may actually be a blessing. Losing a stalk of Crow Orchid Ganoderma, but acquiring a 32 restriction spirit artifact. Heaven really treats me well. W.A.N. Ji-fan cackled. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Don't crack your old teeth. Humph. Razor-tongued brat. Watch if old me don't take apart your bones today. W.A.N. Ji-fan snorted coldly. Mei Jun panicked in his heart when he saw Yi Yuan not leaving and said, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go. They have 2 Sea Transformation Realm experts. You all staying is courting death. Go. Can you leave? How could W.A.N. Ji-fan give him the opportunity? With a wave of his hands, his disciples encircled the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Mei Jun was exasperated that they failed to live up to his expectation when he saw the situation and said angrily, You guys, sigh. But Yi Yuan had a nonchalant look as he transmitted his voice, saying, Calm down, Elder Mei Jun, just keeping watching. Sigh, Yi Yuan, I know that you're relying on that this place doesn't allow the existence of strength above the Crystal Formation Realm. But even if it's peak Crystal Formation Realm, you're also not a match. Mei Jun sighed. Yi Yuan smirked and said, Not necessarily. Yi Yuan took a step forward and said to W.A.N. Ji-fan, Senior Mountain Shaker, aren't you just trying to find trouble with me? How about this? Let's have a 1-on-1. If you win, this sword is yours, and I'll be at your mercy. If you lose, let us leave. W.A.N. Ji-fan was stunned when he heard this. a spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm. Just now, he was still thinking that this boy was rather abnormal. Now, it looks like he was simply a moron. G-Fan did not even speak yet when Mei Zhen involuntarily became very anxious and said, "How can that do?" G-Fan, I'll duel with you. But G-Fan ignored Mei Zhen and guffawed loudly as he said, "Boy, did your brain crash from fear? One-on-one with me? You aren't thinking that you're invincible because you're holding a 32 restrictions spirit artifact, right?" When he said this, the high-clarity side laughed unceasingly. "Haha, so hilarious. I've grown so old. And this is still the first time that I'm hearing a spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm. Did the brains of Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons go bad? They actually handed a 32 restrictions spirit artifact to a fool like this. They are teeming with spirit artifacts and came to deliver a spirit artifact to Elder W-A-N-G. Do you want to stop them?" The group chimed in here and there and burst into laughter again. But Yi Yuan did not smile. His eyes were staunch as he said to Mei Zhen, "Elder Mei, just leave this place to me. You bring the seniors and retreat to the side." Seeing Yi Yuan's commanding gaze, not knowing why, Mei Zhen swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Then you better be more careful." Mei Zhen unexpectedly agreed. This whole trip, Yi Yuan had already unknowingly replaced Mei Zhen's position and became the backbone of this trip for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Even Mei Zhen was unconsciously influenced too. Having convinced Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan turned to W-A-N-G-Fan and said, "How is it? Do you dare?" W-A-N-G-Fan ridiculed when he saw the situation. "Don't look at me with those eyes. I'll really be a little scared. But since you're so sincere, wouldn't I be too unamenable to not agree?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker's true color indeed doesn't change. Your skin is as thick as always." W-A-N-G-Fan was already used to Yi Yuan's tone and knew that he could not beat him in a contention of tongues, so he might as well not argue. He looked at Sanghua's sword in Yi Yuan's hands, his gaze sparkling. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll only use 10% of my strength to fight with you. If you can beat me, then consider it your win." W-A-N-G-Fan said with a cold smile. This was not W-A-N-G-Fan boasting. He was at the 3rd level C transformation realm. Even 10% of his strength was greater than ordinary 9th level crystal formation realms. Such strength was plenty to deal with a 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. If he were dealing with Mei Zhen, he would really need to fight seriously. But his opponent was Yi Yuan. W-A-N-G-Fan honestly could not attach any importance to this. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan surely had areas where he excelled in, the enormous disparity in realms was simply insurmountable. Even if his opponent were a 9th level spirit condensation realm, he would win with certainty. As for dealing with a 7th level spirit condensation realm, there was basically no suspense, right? At this time, W-A-N-G-Fan had the thought of playing cat and mouse. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard him and said elatedly, "You said it. Don't regret it when the time comes. You said you'll only use 10% strength." W-A-N-G-Fan became even more amused when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance and deliberately summed an expert's demeanor, saying, "I'm a dignified high-clarity sect elder. Why would I renege on my word against a puny spirit condensation realm? You can rest assured. I said 10% means it's 10%. The people from the high-clarity sect were whispering to each other on this side, full of pity towards Yi Yuan. This fool, he isn't naive enough to think that he can win just because Elder W and G is only using 10% of his strength, right? You look at his thrilled appearance, he definitely thinks so. When he experiences 10% of Elder W and G's strength in a while, he'll probably even have the intent to die, right? There's a good show to watch. I really can't figure out why the Tranquil Cloud sect would send such a fool to the mystic realm. The negotiations were set. Both parties each withdrew a distance away, clearing out A, S, P, A, C for Yi Yuan and W, A, N, G fans face off. Both parties stood there. Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile again and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, help someone all the way? Why not you allow me a move too? How about that?" W, A, N, G fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said calmly, "Forget about one move. How about I allow you 10 moves? Yi Yuan grinned and said, "No need, no need. Why would I need so many? Just one move is ample." Yi Yuan's display incurred another bout of mocking laughter. Even Yenner, who was hiding, secretly could not help having suspicions about Yi Yuan's. Miss, I always felt that Mr. Yi was a wise person. But looking at it now, why does he seem very foolish and very naive? The other person is a third level C transformation realm expert. Forget about allowing him one move. Even if he stood there unmoving, Mr. Ye's attack might not be able to penetrate his protective essence energy, right? Yenner said. Lear likewise had a doubtful look, but since Yi Yuan was not in danger, she also played along with him. Watch a little longer. I feel that Mr. Yi is not somebody who is foolish.